Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the last episode of Tidal Waves. It is sad to see that we've done a ton with Santa Cruz, at least in these last couple years. We've went undefeated for 3 straight seasons. Can we finish off our last ever season undefeated? Now, we've still got a chance to do it. We are still a 99 overall team. And we've got a good team. I'm not even gonna lie. We've got a solid team. But how's the conference looking? Well, we're 99 overall. 2-star school, which will probably stay 99 for maybe a year or two. Or at least it'll stay really good for a little while. Vermont State, they're up to a 62. Oregon Tech, they're at a 71. So they've stayed the top. They'd stayed near the top of the conference, at least for the most part. CTU, they're 64 overall. Everybody should be at least competing for a bowl game. If not, then challenging for conference championship. Who knows? But it's now where nobody's below 60 overall. The lowest overall team is Metro Atlanta at a 61. So, in theory, year 20 should be the year where our conference breaks out in total. Now, I'm pretty sure we are still technically the worst conference, I believe. Yeah, we are still pretty much widely considered the worst conference in college football, which I think is kind of sad, but it is what it is. It's whatever. But we're trying. We are actively trying to make it a better conference every year we go. We've got two teams that are actually pretty good. Well, Oregon Tech, they've definitely gotten worse and worse as the years have gone on. They've stopped winning conference championships, which was probably keeping them up at that 2.5-star school. But let's look at the recruits going into the final year of the Santa Cruz era. That's what we'll call it. We'll call it the Santa Cruz era. Now, the best players, well, we've got number 2 recruit in college football class of like 2043, or 2044, I guess I should say. Manuel Atwood, CJ Keller, Damon Curl. Yep. And then we've got a bunch of 4-stars who are also interested in us, like pretty heavily interested. There's not a single player on here except for the 5-stars that have initial interest, which we should just be able to put 50 into all of these guys. And then the 4-stars, well, those guys, or I guess, and a couple 3-stars, those guys should have initial interest. And if we don't have enough hours, or if we have a ton of hours left over, we'll just put in some extra, like, 3-stars to see if we can actually get them. But for the most part, we're spending all our hours on those top recruits. Not to make the team better, because we're elite. Coach Manu Battles is retiring after this year, after building one of the best college football teams in the nation. Blood, but still a pretty good team. And what do? Well, we're going to face all 3 of our rivals one last time. UCLA. Now, it's been a couple years since we faced them, but we've beaten them practically every time. USC. That's a tale as old as Santa Cruz itself. It started back in 2005, basically got shut down, or Santa Cruz football got shut down until brought back in the early 2020s, and now it's thriving. Last season we went 14-1, and in the last season with Santa Cruz, we want to go undefeated and even win a national championship. But getting to the playoffs is not going to be easy. So, what are we going to do after facing and hopefully winning all 3 of our rivalry games? Well, let's go face number 2 LSU and see how we feel. And then number 12, North Carolina. Luckily, we're not having to go to Death Valley because that would be absolute pain. They're one of the toughest places to play in college football. And you've got Bill Belichick in North Carolina. I think by this point, Bill Belichick is probably not the head of this team anymore, probably by a long time. But I think it probably ain't even his son either. His son might have got either fired or just not even been a part of the team. Then we've got Boise State. They went 11-2 last year. Same thing with North Carolina. LSU, they went 14-2. And I'm pretty sure they just won the national championship. I could be wrong with that statement. But you got conference play, and then we've got an FCS school. So once we get past the first half of the season, it should on paper be a breeze till the end of the year. But we know Coach Manu Battles, he's fought. Oh, it's not going to show it. We know in the last 3 years, he's had 3 straight undefeated seasons. And also gotten to the conference championship, won those a ton. But yeah, now in his final year with Santa Cruz, it's all got to come together. He's got a good QB. He's got a good O-line. He's got a really good running back. His receivers, they're almost a bad receiving core, but they've still got guys like Enrique Rust. Pretty sure Marquez Penn is still on the team as well. His tight ends are maybe a tad bit questionable. But yeah, Spencer Jr., he's a really good running back. Followed up by the freshman Melo Talbot. But yeah, Enrique Rust is still here. Marquez Penn. Those are the 2 guys basically leading the charge at receiver. Keenan Singleton, he's been on the team for a while, and he's also been developing. He's been developing just as a player in general. He's actually got himself up to 78 overall, 76 true. And we've got 3 freshman receivers. Are one of these freshmen going to step up and actually be good? Well, they're all 82 speed, which does not make me happy. It's not even good to begin with. But I have confidence our 2 starting receivers, Enrique and Marquez, can get the job done. Our tight end, Trayvon Kiernan, we already know he struggles with catching the football pretty bad. And his route running, it's almost comparable to Caleb Volkert's, who we just brought in. But they're both comparable to each other, and hopefully we can win. At least go much further in the playoffs. Like I said before, the O-line's actually still really talented. Like, this is probably the best O-line we've had, except for maybe right tackle, but we still filled that up. Edge rusher, Elton Van Ness, the 5-star, finally gets to have his chance to start. And we saw last year, Tommy Paris had 17.5 sacks. Him and Glenn Calloway, they both popped off. I'm expecting to see that level of production from Tommy again. This time with Elton Van Ness probably having a couple less sacks than him. But I do think the sack production is going to be big this year. Not to mention we've also got a couple guys brought in for defensive tackle. And we've worked a ton on the coverage. Like, I mean a ton. We've seen how zone coverage can hurt us badly. Blair Foster, he's a true freshman, but he'll develop eventually. At Mike, we've got Joey Burr, Grant Cobb. They've at least got some good zone coverage. And they both got some good awareness and play rec. How about the Will linebacker? We brought back Jermaine Pettis, who was thinking of leaving, but he's got 99 zone. And he worked on his awareness and play rec a tad bit more. So he should be able to recognize and play good zone coverage. So Jermaine, don't take control of him. He's going to be the main coverage guy, at least at linebacker. At corner, Lawrence Tanico, he definitely stepped out. We've got a ton of speed at corner, except for the freshman Tavares Droogsma. So the speed is definitely there. The awareness, for almost everybody, it's good. Play rec, especially for Jameson Jewell, is incredible. And then the zone, our three starting corners basically have really good zone, or incredible zone. So I don't think the corners are getting beat anytime soon. What about Bobby Bibbs? Well, you can already see it right there. 96 man and 94 zone. He's good. What about Dom Ebron? Well, 99 man, 95 zone. We've got some incredible coverage guys this year. Like, I mean, insanely good. What about the Heisman watch? Obviously, we're starting off number 23, so are we going to have somebody here? No. We probably will never have anybody with Santa Cruz. We never really did. And I think that's just because of the playbook. The playbook, we are running Michigan playbook, and that's actually helped us a lot. What about the preseason All-Americans? We didn't have any national All-Americans last time I checked, and yeah, nothing has changed at all. What about the Pac-12? Well, we still control that. There's also a shout out to the last one, or the last look we're gonna have with Santa Cruz at least. It's kind of sad. This is the last time we're gonna get to play with this Santa Cruz squad, but let's make the most of it. Coach Mono, we saw his battle with injury at Oregon Tech a couple, or I guess almost 10 plus years at this point. I'd say maybe 13, 14 years ago. He basically broke or fractured a part in his spine, a bone in his spine, and he was unable to walk. But he was still actively learning the game of football, not to be a player, but to maybe have a coaching career down the line. He eventually became tight end coach at Oregon Tech, and he went on to have the head coach job at Santa Cruz, all within the span of a couple years. That's how much fans liked him in Oregon Tech. The fans were basically begging for the school to give him a chance at tight end because he wasn't necessarily the worst tight end. He was actually a pretty solid tight end, but he's kind of a what if he didn't get hurt with Oregon Tech? Would he have been developed to a 90 plus overall player? Would he have been able to break some school records? Who knows? But he's done a lot as head coach, at least around the end of his career. He's led Santa Cruz to having a bunch of massive games, massive wins, and now in his final season as a head coach, he could even be moving on to the NFL. Now, he will retire after the end of the season, at least in college football. Will we see him in professional football? I don't know. We'll just have to see, man. We will just have to see what he decides to do, whether he's permanently retiring as a head coach or moving on to somewhere better and just leaving college football, going somewhere else like the UFL or pro football like the NFL. Will he be a head coach there? I don't know. But let's get into the season without further ado. For the final time, let's get into it with Santa Cruz. Here we go. Nobody takes us off. Yep, we're starting off number 23. We've got a long way to go until we are number 1. Well, we've got UCLA this week. It is a pretty big overall difference. 75 overall compared to a 99. I'm not going to say this should be an easy matchup because it is still a rivalry game. Got 450 hours. Let's see, how do we want to go? And we might even just cut some of these people off our board. But the 5 stars, well, those kind of need the 50. Now, I'm not necessarily recruiting for, like I said, I'm not recruiting for me. I'm just recruiting so this team at least has a bright future. So they don't immediately just go back down to like an 80 overall. And I'm not doing 25. Screw that. Yeah, I'm not necessarily. I did it again. Yeah, I'm not necessarily recruiting for me. I'm recruiting just so the team doesn't basically do what Oregon Tech did, and I wouldn't say they fell off because they still lasted a while before actually being bad. Yeah, they lasted a while before being back down to like a 70 overall. Had me a tad bit worried whenever I saw that they were. But I mean, at least they stayed relevant. They're still a two-star school. I mean, if we can build up these schools to at least be two stars, I feel good. We've done it with Santa Cruz. That means they'll actively still go after the three-star players, the sometimes four stars. But my goal is with Santa Cruz right now, get them up to at least a 2.5 star. Or no, I guess right now the goal is national championship or bust, as if it hasn't been every time. But Santa Cruz did what nobody else could, not even Oregon Tech games. Santa Cruz has really opened up the door to Pac-12 teams. And it's a shame that, it's really a shame that Oregon Tech couldn't have been the one to open doors. But that's just how the cookie crumbles, really. Well, we're going to see how it turns out after this week. But we've got number 23 Santa Cruz taking on 75 overall UCLA. Let's get it, folks. The final year has officially started. But let's see, who do I really want to play? I know USC is probably the best one we want to play, then LSU, then North Carolina. Because I don't think we'll be able to lose to UCLA or California just because of the level of their team. We are significantly better. Here we go. First game of the season. How is it going to affect us? We win against UCLA, starting off the last season on a good note. Ooh, and the five-star pocket pass quarterback, we're up to fifth on. That's a good sight to see. Jamison Jewell, he had a pick. We worked heavily on that pass coverage to make the last year really good. And Cannon Singleton, is he going to be a big factor this year? Now, our biggest rivals, USC. This is really where the season can switch up, stay good, or turn out for the worst. I'm just trying to put a bunch of hours into these guys. See who actually sticks and who decides not to stay. I mean, Rudder isn't the best. Randy Rashad, Jason Toomer. To 40. We've got 10 hours on Juan Woods. So we can put 10 more hours into somebody else. You know, let's just do this. And now we can put 5 into someone else. You know what? No. We can do Ronald Berry. Just give this team a chance to basically get some guys. But how much did we beat UCLA by? 41-6. I love it. Love to see domination on that front. So let's get into the USC game. We need our schedule to be packed full of really good teams. USC at 89 overall. We're basically set this year to take over in the series 6-5, but it will not be an easy one. We're going to rock the 06 uniforms for the last time against the USC Trojans. And for them, They're going to do their same thing. And here we go. For what could be the last time we see this, USC versus Santa Cruz. The Tides will be kicking off to the Trojans. USC is not ranked, but Santa Cruz is. They want to start their season off right. They've already won one game against the UCLA Bruins. Last season, 41-24 was the case. Santa Cruz started off slow, but then they warmed up, and then they basically dominated the rest of it. Santa Cruz has a chance to do something that hasn't been done in a while with these two teams, and that is basically take over. Here they go. Start the game. Grant Cobb's going to take him down. That's going to be a 5-yard grab for the Trojans, and that's how they're going to start this game off. We already know this defense has worked very much on pass coverage, especially the zone area. And pass coverage, oh, he's going to have him wide open. He had to fit that into a tight space. First down for Devontae Berry and the Trojans. Nice job for him there. Are they going for yet another pass? No, it's going to be a run this time on the RPO, only for a couple yards. Already a minute in, and USC's down the field. Stroud trying to play a big role in this game. We're going to go backwards. Well, I guess actually back to nowhere. Gain of nothing on the play. 3rd and 5 for USC. And it's going to be an overthrow. 4th and 5. USC wanted to go for it already off the rip. What are they going to do? And it's knocked out. Jermaine Pettis there to knock it away. And that's going to be a turnover on downs. Gideon Abanaconda. He's been the guy to come in and basically ask to replace for Patrick Carapacious a couple years ago now. I mean, he's led them to the playoffs the last 2 years, so I don't see why there should be an issue with doing it yet again. And also, we know that talented running back, Spencer Jr. He's going to get himself a couple yards already. Also, can't forget the O-line. The O-line is super talented. Spencer Jr., nice run. He's already got 17 yards on just 2 carries alone. He's got that second burst that you could definitely utilize in any NFL offense. Speaking of burst, he's got himself yet another 16-yard run. So it'll be 1st and 10s for the Tidal Waves, who are already past. And Enrique Russ, the intended receiver. That one's going to be knocked away. That was a risky pass. Didn't really have many open. Gideon maybe got lucky there not to have the takeaway. But it's going to be 3rd and 7 for the Tidal Waves. Where will they decide to go here? Looks like it's a screenplay. And Spencer Jr., he's going to help them with advancing the football down the field. So 1st and 10 at the 30. Oh, and that's going nowhere. And to bring in the backup running back. And it didn't really help him all too much. Gideon cannot outrun the edge rusher, so it will be 3rd and 11 for the Tides. It's going to be underneath to Singleton, who's going to reach and not get the first. But I think the Tides are just going to go for it. Will the blocking be good enough? And they're not going to give it to him. The refs are final in their statement. So it will be 2 turnover on 4th downs. Both teams trying to go it on 4th down. But it did not work. So yet again, they look at number 19, Devontae Berry. And he will get them about 7 yards. It'll be 2nd and short. And USC, they're a pretty good passing team. And apparently their defense is also pretty solid as well. But the QB's getting sacked. Tommy Paris, the man who had 17 and a half of them last year. He's going to have his, I don't think it's his first one, but he's going to have a big one there. Definitely got one against UCLA. But you're going to have a man in the slot, and I don't know if he's going to be caught. USC might just be scoring the first touchdown of the game, and they do. Got caught up the slot. USC with the first score of the game. They'll be up 7-0 over the Tides, who had a chance to score. They just kind of let it up. Singleton, the return man. They used to have some talented return guys, but Singleton is just pretty freaking slow, I'm gonna be honest. First and 10 for the Tides. And it's incomplete to Kiernan. Oh, that's a shame. It could have been a lot better. Off the edge, the linebacker's there. So it's going to be 3rd and 12 now. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, of course, we can't change the lines. He's got 99 accuracy, and he overthrows it. Yeah, we just have to punt it. Yeah, why does he have 99 accuracy and still overthrow guys? I couldn't tell you why. I really couldn't. But Brown is trying to be as loud as possible. It's a screenplay. Head is right there, not fooled. And that will be a loss of 2 for USC, who scored on their last outing. And it's going to be knocked out. They actually get a pass breakup. So now it's going to be 3rd and 12. 1 breakup, 1 stop. Will be 4th down here. And they go to the same exact guy on the same play. They just ran hitch seam. That's all they did. For guys that have 99 zone coverage, you would think they'd probably be able to cover. But nope. Oh, and he's going to get back there. Big TFL. Jamison Jewell. Not letting it get more than 5 yards. That will be the end of the first quarter. USC winning 7-0 on the Tides. I mean, Santa Cruz, they haven't done the best. They've been allowing a couple big plays on defense, and their offense just hasn't been able to get in the end zone. They didn't throw a pick or anything. They just failed to convert on 4th down once. Well, I guess technically twice. They punted it once, and they just couldn't get it on the other. But it will be 2nd and 15. Santa Cruz needs to get a stop. He will be brought down, but it's at Santa Cruz's 39-yard line. They only about to say 35. 3rd and 8 for the Trojans. And nearly intercepted. Joey Burr right there. Nearly able to take it away, but the crowd, I mean, they're not playing the biggest role. But USC's kicker, he's going to be wide right. Are we looking at a potential scoring drive from Santa Cruz? No, you're not. Oh, because the receivers are so doggone terrible, and the corners are just way too freaking good. We could definitely win in sim. Joey Burr, he's going to stop him. He gets back there. Very, very smart. It's going to be a run play. Somehow no holding penalty is called. It's going to be 3rd and 3. Definitely watch out for a run. And no, it's caught because nobody can play coverage. What is the deal with guys that have like 99, 95 coverage just in general, not being able to play coverage? It's so stupid. Like, it just seems like you got to get incredibly lucky. You got to get super freaking lucky to be able to actually get good coverage. Like there. This is the worst 99 coverage team I've ever seen. Well, we're only down 14. If we could just please score, that'd be very much nice. I didn't realize Marquez Penn wasn't able to get that. Well, speaking of Marquez Penn, he will get it. We're going to try to hurry it up. I want to run the football here. Only getting 2 yards. It'll be 2nd and 8. We need one big run from Spencer Jr. Blocking is just not going to help him. Not even in the slightest. 3rd and 5. Well, it's Marquez Penn getting caught up to somehow, despite having a massive lead on the guy. Now, it could just be the throw. But Gideon has 99 accuracy. Now will be caught. That is Folkert with the grab. So 4 minutes left in the half. Spencer Jr., he's going to get the first down, and you know what? They're going to run it right back. Got to get Enrique Rust in the end zone, and we do! Touchdown, Santa Cruz. It's going to be Enrique Rust. He has to play like his favorite player of all time, and that's Jerry Rice. 7-point ball game. We know Enrique's got to be the him and Marquez have got to be the main targets because nobody else is going to be getting open. We've also got to rely on Spencer Jr. to be able to take it, at least run-wise. Barry is going to get taken down after a gain of 4. Santa Cruz needs a turnover to tie this game. They do get ball at half. And Barry's not going to get it. Man, they really love giving them some good progression. Watch QB sneak here. He's going to get stumped. And they do manage to finally get a 4th down stop on USC. And they tie the game up before halftime, though. Singleton on the return. I mean, not too bad of an idea there. I just want to see. And that'll be the 2-minute warning. It's a 7-point ball game. Right now, USC leads by 7. They don't want the all-time series to be jacked up. But that's Singleton wide open. He's got a juke, and he's also got a couple more yards. Minute 51 left in the half. It's going to be up. It's going to be Enrique Rust, who's going to have a massive 1st down to make it 1st and goal. He beat his man off the press, and Gideon, having that incredible accuracy, should be able to easily put that pass on the money. And he very much does. And Enrique Rust, he's going to make this game a tied one. It'll be another Enrique Rust touchdown. 14-14 with a minute 21 left in the 1st half. They definitely gave USC enough time to go score. The question is, are they going to be able to? Santa Cruz didn't waste a single timeout, so they actually scored and can possibly get another stop. So a minute 21 left for USC to go down, try to score. It's going to toss it underneath. And they've got 2 timeouts, so it's not like they can't get it either. They can get a field goal, trying to get the lead by at least 3. Oh, it will be held on to, but Vernon LeBourne, he got boomsticked, and he is... Ooh, he might not look too rattled right there, but trust me, he was. And nearly intercepted. What on earth is this receiver made of? How close was that to being intercepted? Both men had hands on it. Don't know how that one didn't get knocked out by Dom Ebron. I really don't know how that didn't get knocked out. But incredible effort. And the receiver, I guess it bobbled, hit him in the face, and he actually held on to it. USC is calling a timeout. They are in field goal range. I mean, man, how the heck does that happen? That would have 100% been a pick if it were us. So we've got to be watching out for the run here. Or better yet, watch out for the touchdown. They scored in, I don't know, freaking 30 seconds. That is the most diabolical crap I have seen this game do. I don't know how the frick it happened. USC going to make them start at their own 20-yard line. Okay, they're going to try running hurry up. I mean, I don't necessarily like this, us having a lineman right up there. But running a hurry up again is going to help us out a ton. Now Santa Cruz is going to call a timeout. I think they were at least aiming for field goal range, and it looks like they're not too far away from it. I will say that. Singleton in motion over to the right side. He's going to catch and he will get out of bounds. So that will also stop the clock for Santa Cruz. They are in field goal range. They're going to call yet another timeout. If I'm guessing, I think they're going to probably save the last one for a field goal if they can't quite get in here. Russ is in motion. I definitely want to say he's going to be probably getting a look here. And no, they're just going to be forced to have to no-huddle this. Clock's still ticking. You know what? They're just going to call a timeout. They took way too much time off. That sack hurt them a ton. So it's going to be a 47-yarder. Kick is up. Now it should be very much through. Yep. And it's going to be a 17-21 ball game. Santa Cruz down by 4. Not out of it, though. We've got to definitely take into account how the receiving core is. We need Spencer Jr. to have a ton more big plays. Make it to where he can definitely start utilizing that acceleration he has. And just the defense has to play better coverage. Like at the end here. I don't know how that wasn't a pick from Dom Ebron and why we just simply couldn't tackle the guy. Number 12 had to come in and take him down, saving a touchdown, but then allowing one. We just cannot have this. Well, I guess we can. That was Enrique getting a touchdown. I thought that was the one showing the sack at the end. We need more of that. We need more of him getting scores. But we're down going into halftime. Let's get the ball. Let's actually go score. Rudder is taking the ball out. Kind of sucks to get caught up on his own guys, but stuff happens. When will we see a big run from Spencer Jr.? Only able to get a yard. Man, I mean, they're just... The running lanes are just not opening up. He's trying. They're trying to give it to him as well. But those running lanes just not very helpful at the moment. Marquez Penn has to come back to it. 4th and 2. It is absolutely frustrating that he had to come back for it. Kiernan will hold on. He's definitely worked on improving that catching. We've seen him prior to this season, just not able to catch it. Oh, and speaking of the tight ends, wide open, but the pass blocking was just terrible on that. Who let him in? It was the center. Of course it was. And 2nd and 10. Man, the right guard or the left guard is just playing completely ignorant. Trying to run up. I don't know. You could definitely be playing something else. Why did you go knee first? That's such an idiotic thing to do. Marquez Penn holds on, and he will get the first. Santa Cruz is going to continue their drive. I mean, it really all comes down to like the fourth down conversions. These guys don't block. They just put hands on guys, and then they just let them go. Got to get it to Marquez Penn, who's going to have a massive first down. And they will move the drive down to the other 29-yard line. Spencer Jr. going to have 6 yards. It doesn't seem like he's going to have the most yardage today, but he should definitely have a ton of yards just from the ground. But Melo Talbot, he's going to get the lead for us. Santa Cruz, touchdown on the freshman running back. We don't really have much depth at the running back spot, so we've really just got to rely on those 2 starters. I mean, it definitely seems like USC has come prepared against our starting running back. But are they even prepared for the freshman? They've seen the film of him back in high school, but I don't know if they've seen the film of him last week, or from last week. He's getting bright. 2nd and 11. You know what? Let's actually go over 2 drop. He's just going to go underneath. And what a pick! It bounces at the receiver's hands, and it's going back the other way. Great awareness to see where the ball's going to be. What an interception. That was not expected. Not even in the slightest. Lawrence Tanico. See, it was a simple check down. It bounced off the receiver's pads, and he just dove head first into the receiver himself and picked it off. Incredible awareness. And Enrique Rust, he's going to move the needle. It'll be 3 minutes left in the game. Sorry, in the third quarter. Sorry to scare you like that. Spencer Jr., he's going to finally have a big first down run. 1st and goal for Santa Cruz. But he just... Enrique's down to the 1. Let's see. How will they hand... Actually, no. Let's go mesh spot here. Don't actually hate it. Touchdown, Trayvon Kiernan. We're going to extend our lead up to 10. We're flipping the narrative that our receiving core is completely terrible. And we also got to dominate to make the recruits happy. Because I do think simulation will treat us well. I honestly do. Considering we're 99, we're ranked, got some good players. A good job by Tanico to get the pick. Ooh. That time he's going to allow a catch. Gideon Okafor. The thing is, they just watch the ball come into the guys. Instead of actually pursuing them. Instead of actually trying to pursue the guys, they just watch the ball float into their hands. Just do absolutely zero about it. Oh, and they went to a... Of course, he was right there. Minute left in the third. Minute 10. Gonna run it, and Joey Burr gonna get him. Loss of 1. I think a cover 2 drop could work here. Knocked out. Pettis not letting it happen. 3rd and 11. You know what? Maybe I'll try to give Van Ness some looks. And Pettis gonna get him, but it's gonna be 4th down yet again. Santa Cruz gets yet another 4th down stop. The pressure wasn't really getting there. I mean, they were double teaming Elton Van Ness. For whatever reason, every time I switch on to somebody, they're instantly double teaming. That will be the end of the third quarter, where we're finally up. But we're actually up by multiple scores, up 10. Gideon has definitely looked Enrique and Marquez's way a ton. Even Keenan Singleton was getting some looks. Can't forget the starting tight end, Trayvon Kiernan, who got a touchdown. So now 8 minutes left in the game. I want to see a big run from Spencer before the end of the game. It's hard to when his line doesn't provide much. But he's still got plenty of time to get something. Enrique Russ will get them a 1st down. And just let the clock tick. Let it tick, tick, tick down. Don't do too much. And why on earth is Spencer just jogging? I do not want to see my starting running back just jogging to the ball. And where is that burst of speed I'm used to seeing from him? Because clearly he is just not showing it. And there's a flag. Oh, I think it was pass interference. Yes, it is. He threw it underneath and he couldn't catch it because they were basically pulling him down. So 1st and 10 for Santa Cruz. 6.5 minutes left in the game. They're really tempting us with Enrique. Kiernan can't get it. I mean, I wasn't fully expecting him to get it there. So he will drop it, which is sad. Yeah, best hope we're going to have is running the football here. How the frick does he pull him in? He's being blocked at the moment. Yeah, it's just going to get deflected. Thank you, game. You know what? We're going for it. He's going to get it on 4th and 8. So we're going to continue our drive even more. Why do we have him there? Nearly picked because the linebacker somehow can turn his head turn his body 360. Can we find, when will we see a good run from Spencer? His change of direction is just not working. I guess it just simply isn't. But it's going to be 3rd and 1. They're definitely trying so hard to stop us, but they're not going to. The clock will continue. Let's see how they do on this RPO. Well, it wasn't Spencer, but it was a massive first down. That's from the freshman Melo Talbot. I think he could also have a good future with Santa Cruz. I mean, good block from the left tackle, but then he just completely left everybody on his team. Or I guess he left his running back completely unguarded. Almost placed picture perfect. Just throwing a tad bit behind, and also the DB just making a good play on it. Just doesn't help us at all. And he gets the pass off at the last second. Kanan Singleton, touchdown. Santa Cruz, the true, I think, sophomore. He's going to get himself a touchdown. We're going up 17. Look at this. Thrown at the last second, actually through contact, and he still throws a dime. How do you stop that quarterback from being down 21 to, I think, 21-7? We never lost hope. And now we find ourselves from being down by 14 to being up by 14. We basically flipped the script on, or no, 17 actually. We flipped the script on them pretty freaking heavily. Now with 2.5 minutes left in the game, they've got to score and score fast. And so far from what I've seen, the best way to go about it is just continue to control the linemen. Well, I guess that one was a screen. That's an interesting decision to go on in a situation like this where you're down by so much. It's going to be tackled only 2 yards, so they could be stopped on 4th down before they even have a chance to score. This game could be over quicker than imagined. Well, it doesn't seem such, as they will spread us out wide and put it in for the first. And, oh, Joey Burr, if he would have had any recognition of what was happening, or any awareness, that just could have been a pick for him. He could have had a turnover right there. It will be caught, but the clock will remain ticking. They got 3 timeouts, so they've still got a couple chances to actually get a couple scores. But it's a 3-score game. 3 scores in that amount of time is never easy. But it looks like they're going to keep trying to throw it to Barry. He has definitely been their best receiver. I'm not even going to question that. He's been their best receiver. Nice job, Dom, taking him down. Now 2nd and 6. It's going underneath. When will they call their second timeout? I don't know. Well, let's try pressing up. It will be a catch. Oh, and we push him out of bounds. So they get a clock stop, but I don't know how much I think you're going to be able to score 3 touchdowns in that amount of time. Oh, Joey. Oh, maybe if he was over a little bit more, he probably could have got the ball going back right the other way. Speaking of Joey, he's going to get a big hit. 2nd and goal now. I mean, definitely watch for a pass underneath. Nope, forget about that. They will score. It's a 10-point game yet again. They've got less than a minute, 1 timeout to do it. 47 seconds. I mean, make them waste that 1 timeout. Just make them waste that 1 timeout. And if they just don't get it here, which they don't, Jameis and Joel going to basically steal this one. And yeah, there's nothing they can do. It's a 10-point win, and Santa Cruz will get the lead over USC in the series. 6-5. What a job Coach Manu Battles has done to turn this Santa Cruz team from a team who, they struggle to beat their rivals every year, to dominating their rivals every year, and even turning it around on them, basically doing what Oregon Tech did against Oregon, basically ending their time with their head coach on top against their rivals. So we are 2 for 2 with beating former Pac-12 teams in rivalries. Now, the next team I'm thinking of, neither one of the two teams I'm thinking of have a former Pac-12 team as their rival. But this is a good way to end Santa Cruz's tenure against USC, or at least under Coach Manu Battles. It looked like a rough game. We were down 21-17 at halftime. We didn't really get our offense started until the second quarter, and from there on out, we didn't stop scoring. We went 38 points from the second to the fourth quarter, and we held USC to just 7 points in the second half. We got 21. So basically, it's a story of two halves. We didn't do all too good in the first one, only managing to do anything at the end of the second quarter. But it's, like I said, tale of two games. We dominated the second half, not allowing USC to come in and destroy our perfect season so far. Or at least a hope at our winning a national championship. From what I saw with Gideon, he was having chemistry issues with his receivers to start off, but he eventually figured out who he could trust, who he could go to, and he even made some tough throws, like that one to his receiver. Who was it? It was Singleton. Yeah, the one where he was basically getting hit. He still threw it, and Singleton was wide open in the back left corner of the end zone. So even if that wasn't a good ball, which it was even a spiral. The fact that Gideon Abanaconda can get that kind of pass out with the spiral still, that's just amazing. He is definitely a talented player, and it shows. Not to mention, he's got like 99 accuracy on pretty much everything. 93 throw power. There was some overthrows, which I don't know how that happened. He did throw one pick, but I think that was more of just me making a bad read. But only one pick is not bad. I believe that's his first one of the year. Spencer Jr., we tried forcing it to him. He just never could really get a big run going. We couldn't upgrade his speed in the offseason. So what do we have to do? Well, we had to work on the O-line to make run blocking a ton better. So we tried to, and he got 94 yards. I'm not discrediting that. He still had a pretty solid game. 20 carries and 94 yards, which is typically around what he gets in sim. Maybe a couple more carries. But the freshman running back, Melo Talbot, coming in and getting 20 yards, he looked way more impactful than Spencer. I think what happened is USC was trying to prepare heavily for Spencer, but just completely forgot to work on how to stop Melo Talbot. Even in the passing game, Melo was a big issue. And for receivers, well, I told you this would happen. Enrique Rust and Marquez Penn were the two main targets, combining for 14 receptions. I can guarantee you they had a ton more targets as well. Probably almost 20 targets combined. But the thing is, Enrique Rust, he's just that good of a receiver. He managed to get open at the goal line, and he even beat a press. He beat a press, and since our quarterback has really good accuracy, like 99 almost every accuracy, I think he does actually have 99 every accuracy, but anyways, yeah, he beat the press. All he had to do was just throw it deep. I'll probably show it in a second. Yeah, he had 2 touchdowns today. Nobody had a single drop, which we don't typically do when I play. But yeah, that's a really good job not having any drop. Catching, like, he shouldn't have a drop. He shouldn't have a drop. He shouldn't. I don't think... Okay, yeah. Well, these guys shouldn't really have drops. Basically, I'm saying we worked heavily on catching. as we do every year, alongside route running. That's what helps these guys do so well in playing. And defensively, there were some really good players. Like Jermaine Pettis, he was playing pretty well in pass coverage, being able to get in there and punch some balls out to not let catches happen. Now, he might not have gotten a pick. He didn't. But he still led the team in tackles. He had a TFL, but Joey Burt and Tommy Paris, the two guys who are actually pretty good at pass rushing. He's Mike linebacker, so he's not the fastest, which is actually kind of crazy how he played for a guy with only 79 speed. But yeah, TFLs, we did a really good job at that today. Sacks, Tommy Paris, the only man to get one. Pressure wasn't really getting in the backfield all too much, but it was still doing a fair enough job to not let this quarterback have much time. Like, they were definitely making him feel some pressure. And that was very evident with some of the throws. Now, also some of the throws were the receivers not really doing their job. The pick, speaking of which, let's get to that. Lawrence Tanico, or Lawrence Tanico, however you want to pronounce it, tomato, tomato, almost exactly. Basically, it was just a simple check down route, like a simple stop, like 5-yard stop route. Quarterback threw it, it bounced off the receiver's right shoulder, straight into Tanico, who was basically Superman diving to catch it. But what's hilarious about it is he dove, caught it, picked it off, but as he was diving, he was basically diving straight into the receiver. So, yeah. Lawrence Tanico is a ball hawk and a basically, I wouldn't say suicidal person, but like he was risking it all for that pick. He knew that we needed a big turnover at the time, and he definitely helped with that. I do want to go and look at that because that was actually hilarious, his interception. And it was super athletic, too. But let's go on. Pass deflections. Joey had 2, Jermaine had 1, and Braden had 1 as well. When you've got 99 zone, you should be able to get there and knock it out easily. We didn't force any fumbles, didn't recover any. No blocks, no safeties, and no defensive touchdowns. But still, a better second half from the defense than the first half. Let's go check out the interception. Actually, let's look at this one first. Because look at this absolutely incredible play by both Gideon and Singleton. Singleton just having the nastiest cut in the quite literally the middle of a crowd. Guess we'll look at Singleton first. So he's got a man lined up directly in front of him, and he's running a corner. So he gets pushed inside. What does he do? Skirt! Look at that. Everybody completely fake to the inside. 23, he's trying to follow him, but Singleton, he's got nothing but open blue grass. Quite literally just him in the corner, and he has to make probably one of the easiest catches of his entire career. But how did that pass get there? It's from the absolute nasty route cut right here. He got pushed inside, but he still yeeted the guy back inside to get a really open catch. Well, let's see. It must have been an easy pass, right? Gideon Abanaconda. He's going to take the ball. Oh, yeah, the guy up middle is getting double teamed. Left tackle, Beard, seems to be doing pretty good. Oh, wait, no. That guy's coming in. Oh, what happened over here? Ernsberger, he lets his man by. So Gideon Abanaconda, he sees Singleton make the nasty cut. And wide open, look. That should be an easy pass. So he sees him. Boom. As he is being hit, he throws an absolute dime. And it's a spiral. So that's how you know this man was locked in for the throw. One could say that's kind of like a helicopter throw. That's what we're going to call it. We're going to call this moment in Santa Cruz history the helicopter throw. Now, will this moment have any significant impact in our school's history? Yes. You could say it could. Now, we were already up by I think 10 at this point. So it's not like it mattered too much. But still, I'm calling this the helicopter throw. He didn't make a full rotation, but he did still have an insane throw, one of the best in school history. Just because He took basically two hits. The first one, it looked like he was about to stay standing up. Like he would have just basically thrown number 44 off. But still, an insanely good throw. The old line, both the tackles just played like dog crap, even though they're both like 90 plus overall. I think one of them's 96. Yeah, the helicopter throw. And since this is a very historic moment in our school's history, let's make it a thumbnail. Yeah. Gideon Abanaconda, he's been to the playoffs twice now. I think he's a redshirt senior? No, redshirt junior or senior at this point. Yeah. I also meant to go look at that Tanico pick. But, yeah, so that was that touchdown. That was the last one we scored. Let's try to find this one. Where's the Lawrence Tanico pick? Oh, here it is. I mean, an absolute brain dead play from the receiver to basically let it just get to him. Like, he has eyes on it. Like, he's wide open in the flats. QB is like, you know what? I have nobody else. I'm just throwing it to him. He's got his hands up. This is the epitome of EA Sports video games right here. It looks like it's just a simple routine game like one you'd see every year. He's got his hands up. He's staring fully at the ball. Nope. Bounces off his right shoulder pad, and Lawrence Tanico staring that man dead in his face. Hey, buddy, come here often? So you might be asking how he found himself here. Well, it's a long story, and then again, it's not. An insane sight to see right here. Like, it literally just bounced off his right shoulder pad. Like, there is no other way of explaining it. Actually, it looked like it bounced off his face mask. He just completely ignored catching the football, and Lawrence Tanico comes in out of nowhere. Looks like he could definitely have a future in like WWE or something else, or some kind of wrestling company. I don't know how that receiver doesn't have some kind of injury. What the frick? I thought his foot was bent backwards. But no, yeah, Lawrence Tanico could definitely have some kind of future in wrestling if he wanted to. You see football players do it all the time, but oh man, how does that receiver not have like some kind of tear in his leg? Like you go from there to there to there. Like how did he not tear something in his right leg? I would have put money on him getting hurt that and not play. But yeah, Lawrence Tanico just straight up believing he can fly. And it's also just hilarious to see him coming flying out of frame. Put on some like copyright free YouTube music. Like I don't remember what it's called, but like something like Vanos Gaming will play like hilarious. Yeah, those two plays were really good. Like that throw is an insane throw, and that pick was just comedically hilarious. Or you know what I mean? It was actually just a weird, a hilarious play, at least to me. Especially if you angled it right. He just comes in out of frame just to pick it off and basically take the receiver down with him. Well, anyways, we start off the year 2-0. We beat two of our rivals. Can we go 3-0 against our last rival, being California? We California is like the last one we haven't played. I mean, like, well, we've played them in the Santa Cruz series, the Santa Cruz era, but I think what it is just it's been a minute since we've faced them. So we've got them next week. USC starts off yet again 0-1 because they face us. We're basically a guaranteed loss on their schedule. Now, will we beat them next year? Or will Santa Cruz beat them next year if they actually face off? I seriously doubt it. I actually seriously doubt it. And we are first on these guys still, fourth on Jason Toomer. And we're down to 25. I would not be surprised if we just aren't ranked after next week, even with the win against California. California, speaking of them, they're a 79 overall, so they're a tad bit better than UCLA. But on Heisman Watch, is there anybody of ours in there? Nope, not really changed any. So the Heisman Watch has stayed the same. How's the conference looking at the moment? How did everybody do in their first week? Well, Oregon Tech and Vermont State both got wins. So they're starting their seasons off right. And Metro Atlanta got one as well. Will we see teams actually be more successful in the conference this year since everybody's at least a 60-plus overall? I hope to see a lot more. Maybe like 3 or 4 teams in a bowl game. I really hope to see it. But it's got California. 79 overall. It's been a minute since we faced them. But let's see how we fare against our third and final rivals. Can we go 3-0 in rivalry games in our last year with Santa Cruz? We do. And we're still 25th. We're first on CJ Keller, the 5-star corner. I don't care if he is a bust. He still should be at least an impact. 175 yards. Spencer Jr., you popped off. In the nation, they're 94 overall. Yeah, we kind of have to be perfect with this one. There is no shadow of a doubt that we have to be perfect. Because if we aren't, then things are just going to look bad for us. But let's see. Who all can come on a visit right now? Just Scruggs and Toomer. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not too worried about it right now. But we can put 25 into Juan Woods. You know, let's just do 30. Alright, yeah, we're facing LSU. This could be a really big game for us. Wow, and they really love Oklahoma. I think I know who our next playbook's going to be, and you might just be looking at them. Because they always have some Heisman contenders. They're always dominating in sim. They run an air raid offense. I see no reason why that can't work with the next team that we have. We can build it around that. Basically be like QB, receiver, you. And I love pass blocking linemen. Basically, I'm going to use what I have learned from every single game or from every single team I've utilized or coached and take it into advantage. Like, I know that the multiple offense is really good if you're building it correctly, but the air raid offense, I feel like the air raid offense would work well, like incredibly well with me. I feel like I've actually built a good team around the air raid offense and the 4-3 multiple defense, which I just got to do a bunch of lurkers. A bunch of lurkers build up their zone coverage and just get some good pass rushers. I think that's the move. That is most certainly the move. Now, I mean, with Oregon Tech, 5 stars, they became more like common. I was able to recruit more 5 stars and actually get them. But now I don't know. I mean, with Santa Cruz, it just doesn't really seem like I'm able to get high-tiered players as much. But we just haven't had to build through those high-tier players. We've gotten a couple, yeah. The school can get 5 stars, at least with me. But it's not easy. So I think I'm not going to put into recruiter until maybe later on. But this is the last year to win a national championship with Santa Cruz. We failed the last 2 years, so now we've got our final chance. And these next two games, I feel, are going to be the toughest ones. LSU and North Carolina. If North Carolina is not a 90 overall, I'm simming it. Because I'm not trying to take forever, and if we do make the playoffs... Oh, they're an 87. I definitely think we can beat them in sim. But I do know I want to face LSU. This is a really good team who could definitely destroy us if we don't play right. So let's go ahead and get into the game against LSU. I think they're the defending national champions, if I'm correct. And here we go. LSU is going to be kicking it off to us. The number 3 versus the number 25. Last year we finished as the number 10 team in the country. This year we want to finish as the number 1. So Coach Manu, he's going to have to beat this team and number 9 North Carolina. We're going to have to fight through some tough teams. But I think it is very much possible. But Spencer Jr.'s got to have the better burst off the line. We can't just be having crappy runs at all. We also need some better blocking. You can't just immediately decide to go to the right and completely ignore what's in your face. And Kieran will get the first on 3rd and short. LSU will fail to stop him. They will pick it up. So here on 1st down, what is Gideon and the tidal wave thinking? Spencer's trying to cut back, but he cuts right into the defense right there. We know he wants to run it. Spencer's just not that fast unless he gets a good boost off the line, which that's just not happened yet. And Penn, he's going to get it to 2nd and inches, so nearly getting it. Nearly picking up the first. Going to be a run. Spencer Jones, why are you stopping while I'm trying to make you cut? I just don't know. But it's going to be another run. Nice acceleration there. Finally showcasing his speed when able to. And now it's going to be 2nd and 4. LSU is not really covering. Not really covering that outside. But Folkerts making them pay for not covering him. He's going to have 23 yards on that catch. This could be good, depending on how the blocking is. Well, the blocking is just going to basically hurt him badly. Man in motion is Kiernan. With a guy that has 99 throwing accuracy and everything, he's just terrible. And Marquez Penn cannot hold on through contact. Such a shame. But Santa Cruz will just go for it. I mean, I don't blame them. I really don't. But if we don't have guys who can catch a football, that doesn't help. Guys who have like 96 catching, yeah, let's... why is he overthrowing everything? Like, he has 99 accuracy. There shouldn't be a single pass that they have to jump for. Well, LSU's going to get to have a chance to start off the game with a score. And their lineman had such an easy opportunity to catch it, and he did. This crowd trying to be as loud as possible. And who the frick is that tight end? Able to outrun both of our guys? You can tell it's a tight end too by how their build is. The receiver, if it's tall, lanky. Second and 6 after that run attempt. I mean, they're in Santa Cruz's side of the field now at 43. But he's going to get taken down in the backfield, nearly pushed back onto their own side of the field. Third and 11. It's incomplete. Santa Cruz will stop them and hold them to a 4th down. So 4th and 11 for LSU. They got pushed down the field goal range, so yeah, they'll just punt it. Just let this one go. Yep, it'll be a touchback. Let's see this Santa Cruz offense come back out and try to perform better than they did last time. Basically getting stopped on 4th down. I don't understand why he instantly cuts instead of just continuing to run. I understand you probably don't have enough built-up speed at the moment. Let's see, what can you run that's actually going to be serviceable? You know what? Yeah, just nobody catches. Nobody can catch. Why would I even try? You know what? I am done with this stupid-ass quarterback. So wide open. So wide open, too. No pressure's there. 99 accuracy, and you can't make that simple of a pass? I'm not even telling you to throw it like that. Oh yeah, and you can't get any animation getting tackled forward, but LSU can. Every other team can. Man, this game is so idiotic sometimes. Man, if LSU scores first, I wouldn't even doubt it. This game tends to give them the first score every time. You want to do something nice? You want to try to score? Tough luck, pal. You're just going to get screwed over. It's first chance you get. Because your 99 accuracy quarterback can't complete an open pass that isn't even that covered. He's not being pressured. I don't know what the issue is with our quarterback just overthrowing or underthrowing everybody. When you have 99 accuracy on everything, can you stop acting like an idiot, acting like you were year one, and even then you were still good year one, but you're drastically better now. Why are you still playing at that level? You shouldn't. You have quite literally 99 accuracy. LSU is only being carried by the fact our quarterback wants to play like a scrub. And it's also stupid that I can't even have a chance to try to press the X. It just doesn't give you one. You're on 4th and goal. They barely make the field goal, so that gives me faith that their kicker might not be all too good. But man, we need our quarterback to start making a better pass. Like, how do you play bad? How do you make some bad throws whenever you're 99 accuracy on everything? Freaking... I just don't understand the logic. Just keep running that. Gideon, can you not play fullback spot, please? Man, I really hate the fact that you can't sprint through the line, otherwise they instantly block shed. And they don't react as soon as you're freaking switching, or as soon as you're controlling them. Oh yeah, let me come back this way. Well, let me make it take, like, forever. Enrique, nice grab. But we're going to ask you to hurry it up, pal. Well, that did not turn out how I wanted it to. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Why couldn't it have been thrown earlier? I genuinely don't know. Because it would have been deflected, I can tell you that. I just don't think we're seeing the same acceleration that we've seen from Spencer in, like, last year or something. Because he was much more accelerant last year. Why would I want you to go that way? Gideon is just playing like a bum today. And the thing is, the receivers get bumped off their routes because everybody just starts colliding with each other. Oh, Joey was there. Joey was freaking there. That is so terrible. Joey was right freaking there. All I had to do was press freaking triangle and stand there a little bit longer. Yeah, let's just completely ignore the fact that we have 99 zone on like half of our corners. Well, I guess quite literally half. I should have known to keep following him. Teams just love the all goes in this. Because, yeah, let's all cover the sideline. Let's all just cover the sideline and completely ignore over the middle of the field where they're going to be. Let's all just play the sideline as if we just got to cover one guy. Sometimes I just want to straight up sim the whole season instead of actually having a freaking play because of the stupid crap that's happening in this game. What? When on earth would a guy who's known for being the most accurate quarterback in college football... Great, and now he's down. I don't even remember what your name is, pal. Yeah, why would a quarterback who's got 99 accuracy, known as the most accurate quarterback in college football... And how the frick do these guys get their arm in the exact correct place every freaking time? Like, I understand you're trying to deflect the pass, but you're not going to be able to get your hand over there. Pulls you back. It pulls him back in front of him. Like, it's stupid. I'm going to actually just sim this. If my quarterback throws another bad pass, I will actually just sim this, because he shouldn't be throwing bad passes. He's got 99 accuracy. It simply just should not happen. So I don't think... Okay, they're playing man. And Enrique is going to get it. But we've got to hurry up. We cannot waste any time at all. Hurry it up. I don't think we're going to get stopped before the 2-minute warning. No. Well, we're down 10-0 with the 2-minute warning here. We've gotten screwed over several times because the game is just so bad. It's hard to play sometimes. Because my guy has freaking 99 throw accuracy. How is he not hitting some of these wide open throws that even I can make in real life? Good job. Kieran got open. Just have to wait a second longer. Why do they stop instantly? Like, just... You can cut, you know? You can cut and still be running while all doing the same thing. Really? You have a touchdown. Is it that hard to catch the football? I don't know why y'all stop instantly. One yard, please. Thank you. That 1 yard wasn't so hard now, was it? I hate having my tight end. Second and inches, LSU is calling a timeout. Calling a screen here is absolutely diabolical. Not doing it. And we're going to be in Enrique Rust on the drag. They weren't pressing up on him, so they just got to take it. LSU will be getting ball at the half. We've gotten a stop on them. It's just, for whatever reason, we want to play absolutely stupid. But we saw against USC, we can win in the second half. No score except for maybe 28 points is too big. Oh, and he can complete passes over the middle. He can complete passes on the run very easily. Yeah, definitely not trying to play favorites here, game. I understand it's Heisman difficulty, but show a little bit more realism. For a guy who basically... And it doesn't let me move. It just keeps me standing there. It gives you zero control, it feels. It feels very much like it gives you no control, and then it recommends you the worst possible plays to call in this situation. Wow, for once they actually played competent defense. Because typically, they just get mossed. No intentional grounding either. That's another thing I've noticed. They just never call that. So why would they? 20 seconds left. And half. And he throws it away yet again. 4th and 10. They're just going to punt it. Okay, so we held LSU to 4th down, basically 3 and out. And it's going to go on at the 22, so we've got 11 seconds to do just a tad bit more. Probably just get maybe snap out a tiny bit. Just let that clock run down. There's absolutely nothing we can do at the moment. Yep. That'll be the end of the first half where we're down 7 to 10. Yeah, it's not been good. Our quarterback has thrown, I think, maybe 1 or 2 picks. There's so many passes he could have completed, but for whatever reason on God's green earth, he just kept overthrowing it and underthrowing it. He's not a bad quarterback. He's got 99 accuracy. I really wouldn't be complaining if he had bad accuracy, like maybe less than 90. I wouldn't be complaining. But he has 99 accuracy. That should mean you play perfect. Not whatever the frick we're doing right now. And now the freaking lighting is weird. The glitches in this game, I've seen many of them. I mean, you can actually just watch my streams, all of them, and see some kind of glitch somewhere. This game's not perfect. It can definitely be fun to play. It is not even close to perfect. It needs a lot of polishing. And he's going to go down 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4. Press up. Yeah, and a spin move will completely just make them avoid any kind of diving tackle attempt. Quarterback trying to make some changes. He will be brought down. I don't know why the frick one small play change messes up the whole defense. I don't understand why that happens. Like, it makes 0 sense. Oh, now I think the lighting's actually good. Can we stop with the freaking RPOs, please? Oh, you want us to stop with it? Okay, well, we're gonna run it. We're gonna basically. Oh, lineman's down. Okay. 3rd and 1. And it keeps switching me to the wrong guy whenever I'm trying to actually switch to like a linebacker. Oh, you wanted this guy? No, I did not want that guy. I wanted to switch to the guy who's actively trying to make the play. No, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to switch to this dude. And they don't even try to go for a pick when it's bobbled like that. At least not for me. And he's going to be stopped. Antoine Adams, that's the running back. He's going to go down. They're in field goal range, but I don't know if I trust their kicker to actually make this. It's on the hash. As predicted, he's going to miss. Okay, so I don't want to say we can rely on their kicker missing kicks like that, but it's definitely something we can focus on. She's carrying in motion. Gideon trying to keep it. I can't say it really went all too well for him. Let me guess, there's going to be some kind of penalty that's going to bring this back, and it's going to be holding. Yeah, because anytime I make a big play, let's call it back. Because clearly it couldn't have been just him getting open. It had to have been some kind of penalty. The thing is, I don't know if y'all have seen somewhere before where it said you can call a penalty on any play. Like, quite literally any play can be a penalty. And the refs just don't call it. Every single play can be a penalty. It just really depends on if the refs actually want to call it or not. Let's go for it. Let's see what plays do we have option-wise. Let's try to see if we can get slants going. Dude, it either gets deflected or dropped. How do we prevent them from freaking deflecting it every time? He wasn't even right there. The game just intentionally moved him over. Yeah, let me just look at my lineman's ankle. That's how you could tell this crap is scripted. It shouldn't have went there. Like, that is so open. He should be able to throw it right there in the little gap. But no, let me just magically slide over. Let me just gain some random strength out of nowhere. And even then, he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to catch it. Nope, bobbled. Drop that. Completely destroy your drive again. Why would we allow you to get anything good? And then why does he keep coming down? Vargas, just stay up. Why are you wanting to come down in the zone? You do it every time. It's like absolutely ridiculous. And we just can't deflect it. Why are you playing outside? They never try to take inside leverage at all. Inside leverage. That's not a thing. They just don't code the game good enough. Very clearly much. That's so obvious that they can't code the football game. I couldn't do any better. That doesn't mean they're doing good. I know I can't code a football game, but surely y'all are a multi-billion-dollar company, and you can't code something better than this? He just wasn't falling for the freaking RPO, that's all. Now that I can understand happening. Them just having terrible blocking, even though they have like, well, half of them probably don't have good at blocking. That's it. Just sim the game. You can't have anything nice. You want to have a quarterback with 99 accuracy and hope he can have a good accuracy on every pass? Yeah, buddy, tough luck with that. This guy's supposed to be a perfect accuracy quarterback. Let me see here. Let me see what I can offer you, the best I can give you. Let me give you like 3-4 picks because he's inaccurate. Let me make it to where he can't throw an easy pass to a receiver that's like just completely open. I'm simming it. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. If we lose, we might as well kiss this freaking playoffs goodbye. Like, there is nothing more I can do to help this team succeed. Like, quite literally nothing more. I've upgraded their zone coverage a ton. Oh, that's not going to work. I've upgraded the quarterback to where he shouldn't throw any inaccurate passes. Quite literally 99 short, 99 medium. I'm going to go show it right freaking now. I showed it at the end, or I showed it before. Oh, but that inaccurate passages happen. Look at this. Do you see something that should show you an inaccurate pass? Not even the deep accuracy is bad. 97, that's the worst. He shouldn't throw a single bad pass at all. And yet he was throwing them every single down. You want to try to lead a ball? No, it's going to be 20 yards in front. He's got 99 accuracy. Give me some leeway in this. Oh no, the CPU defenders they probably have really good zone coverage. No, if they had good zone coverage, then my guys should be able to cover like that. No, they just can't because this freaking game is scripted. It's so scripted, very freaking clearly so. He's got 93 throw power. His awareness and stuff should be good, and our linemen they should have incredible pass blocking. Most of them have like 99 pass blocking, quite like almost exactly 99. And yet we can't. We're basically playing the same exact way every year, despite having the most incredible players on the field. Like we finally got a quarterback with 99 accuracy. What does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry, you're not gonna be able to hit open guys. Oh, it's because he didn't have the dot ability. How you play should not be directly tied to your abilities. It shouldn't. Despite him not having dot ability, he should have been able. Nobody was getting pressure on him, even if he did. 99 throw under pressure. This man should not be fazed by any defensive lineman in his face. He shouldn't be fazed. And even if there is a D lineman in his face, he shouldn't be fazed, and he should still be able to make an accurate pass to someone who's like has a guy like maybe 10 yards away from him. That's the closest guy to him. Nobody was close to him on that corner route. Except it's going to be an overthrow because it's just that bad of a pass. He's not a bad quarterback. He's got the best possible accuracy you can get. You cannot get any better than that. Well, you probably could if you had good deep throw already. But he's maxed his awareness out. I'm sorry, accuracy out. He should not be able to miss a single pass, and yet he missed it. And yet he missed it. Why these guys with like 90 plus awareness? Let's check out their pass blocking as well. They shouldn't be able to get freaking like run block 94, 92, 91. Why are they getting beat? 92, 99, 88. And yet they're getting beat every single down, it feels like. I understand you ain't going to get like 4 or 5 seconds every single time. But we should be getting it most of the time. We should be able to run the freaking football. And yet we can't run the football. We should be able to run it better than we can pass right now. No, that's completely hopeless. Throw that thought out the window immediately. Why would you even think that? Why would you even think you can run the football when you're on a Heisman difficulty without having to fix the sliders in your favor? Why would you even think that? Let's go to the gameplay sliders right now. Import custom ones. Okay, I am not doing that. That is way too much in the favor of the CPU. Well, actually, from what I've seen, the accuracy can be a ton better. Our quarterback with 99 accuracy cannot complete a pass to save his life, especially one that's like really wide open, about as open as you're going to get. The pass blocking is horrendous despite us having guys with 99 pass blocking. Receivers, well, I'm not touching that. Run blocking, no, you can't do that. Despite having guys with like 90 plus run blocking, yeah, buddy, the best we can do is like 2 or 3 yards a carry. Heck, maybe even not that. Ball security, I don't think we're worried about that. And you've seen how we cover. We don't. It's simple as that. We just don't cover. You want to have something nice when you're playing defense? No. And the thing is, I've literally shown with that team like I guess at this point, like 4 years ago, how good we can have pass coverage wise. Now, I understand not all my guys have the best awareness, but most of them have like 90 plus. Heck, some of them have 99 zone coverage. I know a couple of my corners do. One of my safeties does. One or two of my linebackers do. They should not be getting screwed over in something we do literally every single time. They shouldn't. Interceptions, I'm not worried about these three. These three are always fine, except for the pass coverage. Don't know why the pass coverage sucks, but I want them to be able to react way quicker, because the CPU reacts almost instantly. And for us, we can't react to a freaking fish jumping out of a barrel and still flopping into the water somehow, being like 20 feet away from the freaking water. Quarterbacks, I think that's a tad bit too much, because a bunch of the other quarterbacks are going to be accurate. I'm at least going to get that up to 30, because 50 is way too good for them, but I think 32 is going to be good. Their pass blocking is immaculate, despite us having guys who can actually get back there. Like, that's going to come down to 30. They catch literally everything. That's coming down to 30. I'll do 30. The best I can do is 38. The run blocking, I'm going to bring that up a tad bit. Ball security, no, that's staying at 50. They don't really fumble much. Like, they barely fumble. Their pass defense reaction time is so incredibly good. So I think I'm at least going to have it up at, let's go 20. Because I think zero's just not possible. 10 shouldn't happen. 15, maybe. 20, that's a little bit more reasonable. Leaving at 50 is practically a death sentence, at least from what we've seen. It's hard. I mean, the base game isn't too terrible. I mean, no, I'll leave it at 30, because it's not like they react the fastest. Well, they do. Okay, no, I'm completely lying. You have to play picture perfect to be able to beat these teams, which makes sense. It really does. But some of the plays these guys be making, it's just unfair, especially with how good offense we actually have. Now, I understand if our receivers get locked up, that's bound to happen. Enrique Rust, he should be able to beat a guy here and there. He shouldn't be completely dominating them, but he should be able to at least do something. He's still a really good receiver with like 90 plus speed. He shouldn't be beat. Well, yeah, very often. He shouldn't be beat very often unless LSU or unless those good teams have good corners or whoever's guarding them, then it makes sense. Interceptions, they quite literally pick everything off. Their pass coverage, I'll bring that up to 15. I'll do 20. I'm doing 20 just so I can maybe balance it out with pass defense reaction time. Because they react way too quickly, and they just play ungodly well in pass coverage. 25. Because even like the slightest maybe couple points off the sliders can do a ton of change to your dynasty. Tackling, bro, you barely break any tackles, which I'm okay with. It's not the biggest deal not being able to break many tackles. And heck, there is some tackles that we even break as well. The accuracy should not be like this. I think maybe bringing the accuracy down, because there is a ton of kickers in college that aren't the best. Same thing with punters. Power, I don't know about that. Fatigue, that needs to come down to like 40. And I'm doing the sliders now, which this will be on camera, so I can actually go back and look. So when I go to the next coach, I can actually bring these sliders over. Because I'm doing this based off of how I play, or from what I've seen. And the thing is, the refs just don't call penalties at all. What are some that happen a lot? I mean, offside, that never happens. Well, at least it hardly ever happens anyways. False starts, um, I'm gonna say 55. I mean, it does happen sometimes because there is a bunch of younger player. It's a bunch of young guys, like early 20s, 18, sometimes 17 years old, holding. I think that happens. Maybe not enough. 50's fine. Face mask. But they have an animation in this game that they just don't ever call it on. Defensive pass interference. I don't know why offensive pass interference would be as something you can toggle instead of just something you could screw over. Because offensive pass interference does happen. But the thing is, they never call defensive pass interference. Take that puppy up to 60. They have to actually be able to call it. Because my receivers get bumped all the time way past 50. I'm sorry, way past 5 yards. And you're not supposed to touch a receiver like that past 5 yards. Like, you're not supposed to put hands on him aggressively. You can put hands on him to, like, not like fully put hands on him, but like more to cover than anything. Or if he bumps into you, then that's offensive pass interference. But other than that, you shouldn't be touching the receiver at all after 5 yards, unless you're actively putting like a hand on his hip and covering him. You're not supposed to really be messing with the receiver past 5 yards. Before that, you can screw with him, but after that, no. And what happens very often, my receivers tend to get bumped off their routes, and it's actually freaking annoying. If we can beat LSU and Sim, then I'll take it. I should have done this way before, but that's what the sliders were looking like. I doubt we'll beat them in Sim just because it's a good team, and whenever you're controlling a team and you're simming it, then it's not gonna be fair. Despite us being like 99s across the board, if we can beat LSU, then we can beat them. I wanted to play this, but I'm not gonna play games more than once. Holy freaking crap, we actually beat them. We just saved our season right there, folks. How much did we beat them by? Did we destroy them? 52-34? What on earth? We were. Yeah, Sim is better. Sim is just way better. Why do I even bother playing this game? Why? The perfect season continues and we beat a top 3 team, yet we only go up to 22. Yeah, sure, makes sense. But at least the season continues undefeated. Coach Manu pulls it off in Sim. But 20-22 in the second and the third is crazy. 52 against number 3. We dropped 52 against the number 2 or number 3 team in the nation. And Spencer, no, he's out. Oh, frick, he's out. We only have one running back then. He's out a couple weeks. Ooh, that is not good. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and get a drink. This is the once a video, hopefully, drink break. So go get your drink. Go get your drink of choice. Feel free to let me know what drink you get. But yeah, go get your drink of choice, and we will have an honorary water break. All right, I'm back. So the honorary choice of drink for me is going to be the my favorite, the Gatorade. Man, I mean, I definitely am I wouldn't say Gatoradeaholic, but yeah, it makes sense. But what a shock it was that we ended up beating LSU. I mean, typically in sim it treats you like absolute dog crap, but apparently that's just not the case for us. We beat number 3 LSU, sent them down to number 13, only brought us up by three rankings, which is kind of stupid. But North Carolina, number 24. Nobody else in the conference is undefeated, unfortunately, but Vermont State, Oregon Tech, they're 2-1. Metro Atlanta is also 2-1. Okay, so teams having decent seasons, or at least in the conference having decent seasons. I hope to see a bunch of our conference opponents actually make it to a bowl game. Not just like 2 or 3. I want to see maybe 4. And a reminder, there's 6 teams in the conference. If we can have this year where our conference opponents actually do good, I think we'll be in great position to be able to make it to another playoff appearance. You don't like playing style, buddy. What the frick are you on? We're still first on these 3 stars. Nobody really going after them. Who else able to come on a visit? Just these 2. We don't really have the hours. Wait, do they have them on a hard sell? What is a hard sell? Oh, we could theoretically hard sell him. Okay, we know he likes playing time and coach stability. Little does he know, Coach Manu is about to leave. You know, I don't even hate that. Please let it be the clutch. If it is the clutch, then that's actually nice. Carl Ham, it looks like we're first on. What about the other quarterback? Atwood, we're actually up to 4th, and we're doing a ton of freaking damage, too. Championship contender. So we know his 3 hard sells. It's just the conference prestige is a little low. The pro potential, I mean, it's rising. If I had to imagine, I think our starting quarterback's actually going to end up going to the draft. Carl Ham, I mean, he's okay with our current pro potential. We can't do a hard sell for him either. So both him and Atwood were first on. Wait, no, we're not first on Atwood, but we're rising for Atwood. Not bad. We can't do any hard sells on them. We're first on both the running backs. And receivers. How are we doing for all the 5 stars? We're 4th on Atwood. Still first on CJ Keller. Can we do any hard sells for him yet? No. Coach Prestige. I'm hoping playing style or playing time. We could actually have some really good hard sells. What about Jackson McBride? We can't hard sell him yet. But if I'm hoping for anything, it's that he likes something in between championship contender, coach prestige, and stability. I'm really hoping he likes that stuff. McDowell, what do you like? We can't hard sell you yet. Did not. Oh, wait, what? Cincinnati has the #1 class. That's not lasting for long. Rutgers at 2. That is not going to last for long. I can guarantee you that. Okay, I think we're doing fine for recruits right now. But we've got North Carolina, 87 overall. If this goes well, then the rest of the season should. How do we beat a 94 LSU? You know what? Screw it. I'm simming to the rest of the year. Because since we've already lost 1 game, this is not going to go well for us. I'm ready to get the final year with Santa Cruz done anyways. This 99 overall team, let's see how they do. I mean, if they lose another game, this team's a disappointment. We should very well go 11-1. So there goes our undefeated streak. I very well should have played that. I just genuinely have no interest in playing any game else. Until the conference championship, we'll see about that. But we shouldn't lose any other game. Like, the North Carolina one should have been our only loss, quite literally. I think I say that too much. I really got to look back on what I say because a lot of it is just very repetitive. Sorry if you find it repetitive. I think I say that a lot too. Sorry. What? What? How are we up to 11? I actually don't understand that. Is LSU just good or something right now? Well, LSU's back up to 4. Huh? Let's check out the conference standings. Let's actually freaking go. Oregon Tech and Vermont State had good seasons. CTU and Dallas Tech went 1-11 and 2-10. Yeah, I think that pretty much solidifies who I'm taking over next. But 11-1 and ranked up to 11? Does that mean one of the other conference opponents? No. Okay, how did we do this year? So we lost to North Carolina by a singular point. Boise State's ranked. That's probably why we're ranked so high. LSU, they got back up to number 4. We destroyed them by, what is that? 18 points. We lost to North Carolina by a singular point. What exactly cost us? Oh, they went for 2 at the end of the game to win. They didn't want to go for the tie. They went for the win. So I think what happened, they probably scored at the last second, or they probably scored a touchdown at the very end of the game. And instead of just tying the game up, they're like, you know what? Let's just go for 2. Or they just straight up kicked like, I don't know, a bunch of field goals in the fourth quarter, which is highly unlikely. I think what happened, they scored 1 touchdown, and then they went for 2 on the next one to win the game. And it worked. 32-31. He got sacked 4 times, threw 2 picks. Oh, well, I guess Gideon throwing 3 picks doesn't help either. But we destroy our conference opponents. Actually had a close game with Oregon Tech somehow. Why was this a close game? Like, actually, why? Our quarterback played perfect. He got sacked 3 times, but their quarterback looked like he did okay. Ours did good. Our running back did. Oh, Spencer did not do good. He returned, but he just didn't do good. Looks like Marquez Penn is the one taking over. Enrique. That's kind of sad. Well, I mean, I was genuinely surprised that we are 11-1. And how are we ranked number 11? I'm actually very curious. How are we ranked? Does that mean we're in the playoffs, though? Well, yes. So simming half the season, or actually simming most of the season, only playing the USC game seemed to work quite in our favor. But what did not work in our favor is we might have to end up facing Georgia. But we beat a team that's in the top 4. That's not going to work against Georgia, I can tell you that. Heisman watch, let's see. How we looking? We're really so far into the future that we have an Old Dominion player of all people leading the pathway. Well, I can imagine with the next team we play as, it's going to be even crazier. We should have a ton of Heisman contenders every year. Well, maybe not to start off, but whenever we actually get good, yeah, then we'll actually finally start getting them. But do we have any guys like on award watch lists? Okay, so we don't even have a guy even close for Heisman. Is Coach Manu finally getting the... No? Wow. So Coach Manu goes 11-1. We're ranked in top 11, or ranked in the top 12. We're playoff contenders. And yet somehow Coach Manu, who only lost one regular in-season game in the last 4 years, or he lost one regular season game in 4 years, somehow isn't in Coach of the Year. And yet Vermont State's head coach, I understand Vermont State's been trash for a long, long time, but is he really the coach from the Pac-6 we should be putting in there? Somehow I just don't think so. And look, they've got the 4-3 multiple. They run the 4-3 multiple scheme or defensive scheme. That's just simply the best one to run. Or I mean, yeah, 4-3 multiple. Let's see. There's one 4-3 multiple, 4-3 multiple, and there's a bunch of 4-2-5s. So I guess if you really build your team up properly, you can run the 4-2-5 very efficiently. And this will probably be the shortest. This will probably be the shortest video I do. Let's see. Did they keep any of our 3- and 4-star players on here? No, I think they pretty much instantly got rid of the 4 stars. Yeah, so recruiting is pretty much screwed for Santa Cruz. So we really got to hope Santa Cruz can develop. At least we really got to hope they can do good without us. Hammock is up to level 50, and Stephen Mendenhall is up to 25. Coach Manu, he's got an A+ prestige. He is a talented head coach. Did he get any coach upgrades at all? Did you put any more in a tactician? You put another one into the offensive lineman, I think? No, I think I did that. I just genuinely don't know what he did. Maybe he put more into recruiting. Oh, yeah, I think he did. I think he got maybe one more upgrade point, and it was for blocking. Well, it was for the lineman. Got Oregon Tech. They're 9-3. So I guess either way, we should have 3 teams in some kind of game. I think the sliders should definitely help us out a ton more in game, like while actually playing. Like they should help me out a ton. So we should actually have a chance at winning a national championship with Santa Cruz. Like a legit chance. Not some random chance. But like we've seen this story before. Once we got out the rivalry games, which we went 3-0 in, the only loss we had was surprisingly not to number 3 LSU, but it was to number 24 North Carolina, who I don't think they're even ranked anymore. But let's get into this game against the Oregon Tech Fire Dragons. The 2 teams we started off with here in the Pac-6, basically helping everybody get set up by showing eyes to the conference and keeping us relevant. Well, let's actually see how Santa Cruz fares in this conference championship. Surely they have a good game so far. It's a tied ball game. Santa Cruz managing to find their way and score several times. Up 14-7. 21-7. You know what? Make it 24-7. We might as well just end the game here. 31-7. 38. Yeah, total domination. So yet again, no issues here. Santa Cruz destroys Oregon Tech And they'll be moving on to their third straight playoff appearance, this time with more hope than any. Coach Manu has pretty much announced his retirement after the playoffs, no matter where we end up at. But we'll just see. How will Santa Cruz do in the playoffs? Are they going to be more prepared than ever? Now that Coach Manu's made some coaching adjustments, aka the sliders, he's made some serious coaching adjustments. So his players should be ready for the playoffs. They shouldn't have to worry about struggling. They pretty much stayed in control of this one. Gideon did really great. Spencer, he did all right. He had 27 carries. Receivers, Marquez Penn had a good day. Defensively, not too many tackles, but got the job done. Solid amount of TFLs. That's about 6 of them. Lonnie Maddox, the only man to get a sack, and Lawrence Tanico. Okay, he had a pick. Deflections, we have 4. No forced fumbles, no recoveries. No block kicks, no safeties, and no defensive touchdowns, but still, a good time for the Tidal Waves. It's a good time to be a Tidal Waves fan, basically. And if we do manage to beat the team in the first round that we face, which will probably be Georgia, probably won't. I don't think they'll be making the conference championship anytime soon. But we're 12-1 with yet another conference trophy. Who will we face in the playoffs if we actually get to make it there? It's a big if as well. A big if. Really, we fall to 13 after winning. Does this mean we're out of the playoffs? If it does, that might just be a terrible ending to the season. We're at 13. Are we still considered in the playoffs right now? No, we are not. Does that mean we're just not going to get a playoff spot? We were predicted for it. We dominated in the conference championship against a good team. But surely they don't allow all those SEC schools in there, like Alabama number 1, LSU 5, Georgia 6, Florida 9, Oklahoma 10. Surely they don't allow all those SEC schools in over us. Because most of them weren't even in the conference championship. Was LSU losing and going down to 5 from number 4 the reason we're number 13 right now? Boise State, I mean, they're ranked. We beat them. Here's the real question, though. Are we going to be making the college football playoffs? And being able to finish Coach Manu Battles' career as... Man. The computer really sucks as well. They really suck at recruiting. We're at 13. That does not give me hope. The Heisman Trophy goes to the Old Dominion quarterback, Floyd Krause. Man, I never would have thought I'd seen the day where Old Dominion quarterback wins it. Well, we won't get to finish Coach Manu's career off with a playoff matchup. They really put all those SEC schools in there. I'd say what was that, 4 or 5 of them? 5 of the 12 being SEC schools. Really sad. It really is. I mean, you got a Big 12, SEC, Big 10, ACC. Okay, at least there's a variety in the top 4 rather than it just being like several SEC schools, which I have seen before. It's a bunch of Big 10 versus SEC. You're really letting a 3-loss team in here over a team who's been to the playoffs for technically like 2 or 3 straight years. No, I think it was 2 straight years. Y'all really don't want them in the 3rd straight? I understand they don't like our conference a lot because we're the worst conference in college football right now. But we should start being respected a lot more. We've only lost one regular season game, including conference championship, within the last freaking 4 years. That's such a disappointment, man. Look at all these two-loss schools. There's not a single one-loss school in the freaking big first round. You're really telling me we couldn't get in over half these schools? Virginia Tech we could have got in over. We easily could have got in over Virginia Tech. They're literally 10-3. I'm pretty sure they lost their conference championship. What are they, an ACC school, I think? Pretty sure Virginia Tech's an ACC. I could be wrong. But there's no reason they should be in here. I could completely be wrong with Virginia Tech being that. But they do not belong in the playoffs right now. They do not. Especially not over us. I actually cannot believe this happened. We got robbed because they wanted to see some random three-loss school over a team who hasn't lost but one game in the last 4 years. Who's made the playoffs several times. We actually won a playoff game last year. And that's another thing. What's up with the freaking star ratings, man? What's up with that? The star rating. We shouldn't be a two-star school. If we're going undefeated for almost 4 straight years, why are we still only a two-star school? We've won a playoff game in that time span. We've been to the playoffs 2 times. Nearly 3. We were projected to go, and then they won some three-loss team in here. As if we're just not a thing. Man. Let's see if any of these recruits that they got committed are good at all. I seriously doubt they are. Normal? Yeah, this seems about to go downhill quickly because computer just does not know how to recruit. So they're basically going to act as if Santa Cruz just never went on an active winning streak. Very freaking sad. Let me guess, some of the conference teams actually got new coaches. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. CTU, they just fired their entire coaching staff. Dallas Tech as well. I know Dallas Tech has some sick uniforms. CTU is a lot more of a JUCO kind of school. Or they look more like a JUCO school. Dallas Tech looks like some actual cool custom team. I'd say at this point it's one of these two schools. Now, Dallas Tech, they've had a whole lot more success in these 20 years than CTU has. Don't get me wrong. Central Texas Engineering still has had several conference championship appearances if it wasn't either Santa Cruz or Oregon Tech. They've made some of them. Dallas Tech, I'm pretty sure they've made a little bit more. Heck, they could have made the same amount. I'd have to check. But that's how the season's going to end with Coach Manu. That's how his career as a head coach, at least in college football, is going to end. It actually kind of sucks to see that this is how it's gone down. I'm so upset that it is. We should have made the playoffs over some three-loss team when we're literally 12-1. Yeah, it clearly shows you have to go undefeated. Like if you're in the worst conference, even going undefeated for just one season doesn't help you. You have to do it for like 2 straight seasons. It's not easy to go undefeated even for one season. And why we weren't respected more, I just genuinely don't know. Like I actually don't know. For a team that went undefeated for almost 4 straight years, you'd think you'd respect him a ton more. You think you would. I'd maybe say that they're like a 3.5 star school. Because it is not easy And especially for us having a 99 overall for 4 straight years. Forget that. So it looks like we've got our choice of either Dallas Tech or CTEU to go head coach. Metro Atlanta is kind of off the table. They haven't fired their head coach because they actually had a solid season this year at 5-7. So as Coach Manu is considering head coaching offers from NFL teams, definitely considering them. And I think at this point, if you go undefeated for 4 straight years, you are respected very freaking much. Like players look at you and they want to come play for you. Now, obviously, let's just say the recruiting this year wasn't on him. The first part of it was, but then he was like, you know what? I'm getting offers from NFL teams. I'm getting calls from NFL owners and GMs to come become their head coach. I'll let y'all. I'll let the recruiting be left to y'all, just in case I do end up leaving. But yeah, we've got our option at either Dallas Tech or Central Texas Engineering to go become the head coach at. And I don't hate either one of those options. They both have pretty sick uniforms, as do most of these teams. But it's just a shame I mean, Santa Cruz was the most successful team we've had. Now we've only done 2 teams, Santa Cruz and Oregon Tech. But Oregon Tech opened the door. Santa Cruz pushed us a tad bit through that door, showing what the conference can really show, really provide. And it lets us know the benchmark that we need to have to be able to go to the playoffs with any team. Now, they might not have had the best start in like Coach Manu might not have had the best start with them, not really having too good of seasons. Now, he didn't start having like double-digit win seasons until like I think maybe halfway through his 5+ years until he actually was able to get 10+ win seasons. But for these last 4 years, he's been pretty much a perfect head coach with a perfect football team. He built one of the best teams defense-wise, or we've seen him build one of the best defenses, like the pass defenses in college football history, one of the best offenses in Pac-6 or Pac-12 history, not just Pac-6, Pac-12 as well. Like, he was actually really freaking good. There was a ton of people from just a ton of different eras of this Santa Cruz team that have broken a ton of records. Like, as Kanye West once said, how many records can my records break? Kobe says, more records. And that's exactly what we just kept on doing. We kept on breaking records year after year with this team. Now, the year's not over yet. We still got one more game, and that's the Sun Bowl. Kind of disappointing we are falling to that despite being... If LSU really wins the national championship, we better be ranked higher than 13. Let's see. I think... Yeah, we can check here. Yeah, we quite literally just beat the defending national champions, who are actively number 5 in the country. Did it really hurt them at all losing to us? Maybe just a tad bit. Did it matter for us, though? No. We beat the defending national champions. Does anybody care? Not really. We beat them by 18. Anybody still care? Nah, not really. I don't know what more to do. Now, definitely shouldn't leave it up to Sim how the season goes. Wait a second. Floyd Krause definitely won it. It showed that. I don't know why he's second. And it'd be cool if they have some kind of animation and like showing like the Heisman winner. Now they're not gonna go in and show the full like 3D animation like back in NCAA 06. That's a prime example. I have that game on PS2. Wish you could actually play games like that on console, but no. I think it's just because it's an EA Sports game you can't do that. But yeah, back in that game, you used to have like a 3D animation, like the person would come out in a full suit. They'd be presented the Heisman Trophy. They'd hold it up. they pose with the guy, and it would actually be awesome. Like, it would show them holding the trophy. Why is that not a thing? Presentation has been it's one of the things they focus a lot on over actual game. Well, no, or I don't remember. I don't remember because I remember watching a video. Somebody say like that EA Sports focuses on this one thing more than the other thing. Like they're more focused around like what gameplay. I can't remember if it was gameplay or presentation, but either way, they still need to work on both a ton. I'm pretty sure they focus on gameplay more, and it's still bad, but they need to work on presentation, making it look a ton better. Give us actual animations for things like Heisman, like winning the Heisman, um, intros for team builder teams. What else? Maybe after you graduate or something. I don't know. All these could be like a stretch. It could actually be. I mean, I'll probably do it. I've been saying this for a while. I want to do a video on like a wish list, like what I would love to see, just as like a fantasy wish list of what I would love to see in the next game, or just any future installment of NCAA football. I would love to say it. Now, my predictions for it will probably be nothing even close to what I say. But yeah, anyways, let's actually see how the playoffs are looking without us in it. We know how it's looking. Who is my early prediction? Or who is the early prediction that we're thinking? I'd say Duke's definitely a favorite. Duke is 100% a favorite. They typically sim and win it a lot. Like they do pretty well in simulation, and they get favored so much. They're number 7 at 2 losses. I still don't know how we're not ranked higher. BYU is the only undefeated team. But yeah, I think college football's favorite is Duke just because they sim well. Oklahoma could be another one because they made the national championship last year and they were dominant doing it. But I think there's maybe questions about is their team good enough this year to even win it after LSU beat them. Like they probably lost a bunch of players to the draft or transfer portal or something like that, which is probably why they had a down year, 11-2. If I had to imagine, I think they lost in the SEC champ. I could be wrong. Maybe Georgia was in it, but yeah, they definitely had a down year. After making the national championship last year, they could go on a run and be able to make it. But my prediction, I'm gonna say LSU. I don't think anybody in the second round's making it to the national championship. I could be completely wrong, but my prediction, LSU makes it to the national championship, but loses to someone like I don't know Georgia. I do think LSU is going to make it, though. Who knows? BYU could continue their undefeated streak and have a perfect season. But somehow I seriously doubt that. Because I can imagine LSU is going to beat Virginia Tech. LSU would go on to beat BYU. And then they'd maybe win, maybe most likely lose in the semifinals. But I'm saying LSU to make it to the Natty. Watch me be right. And watch me be completely wrong. But I'm saying either LSU or Duke make it to the national championship. Final prediction is LSU, but Duke is like a close second. And we're down to a 97. What actually happened? Pittsburgh. Oh, the OC left. Well, I guess since he heard Coach Manu is basically ready to go to the NFL as a head coach, he's like, you know what? I don't think I want to be the head coach here anymore. I think I'm just going to leave as well. Hopefully, I think we built up Santa Cruz good enough to where they're at least good for another year. They should be. Or good for a long time. Because they're only going to be going after 2 and 3 stars. Barely even 3 stars, it seems. Mendenhall might even step up as the new head coach. And another thing, I wish they would show like a screen where you can like back in like NCAA 14, you were able to go and look to see like who was the head coach of which team at any time instead of having to basically tell who the head coaches are based off of like firings and hirings. Unless there is a screen where you can go check who's the head coaches, I don't know if I've ever seen it. I would love to have a screen where you can go actually look and see who the head coach is. Like, say I want to see where Steve Sarkisian's at. Well, obviously we know he's at Alabama because we've seen him get hired by them from like Georgia Tech. We've seen him get hired by them. But what if I'm just curious where he's at? If he's still with Texas or if he's long gone from there? Why can't I just go look for him if I didn't really care to look at staff moves? Why couldn't I go look at him? I don't know. But I'm not going to worry about hiring a new head coach or hiring a new OC. So they're going to have to look for a new head coach after this year. But we've got Pittsburgh. They're also in 97. What injuries are screwing this team over? That makes a ton of sense. And also Elton Van Ness is a redshirt. He's a redshirt freshman. So they're going to have him for a while. So they should still have an insanely good defense. But without him, I don't know. That's going to be tough. And he's still looking at a... Wow. He could seriously go become the head coach of Oregon Tech. That's actually hilarious. We could do another 10 years with him just to make him rise back up, but that's not what we're doing. Maybe if I saw a head coaching job from like all openings, we could quite literally go. I mean, it's a job downgrade, but we can't leave to go there. No, why? Why not? Come on. Wait a second. They fired their head coach? Or no, or did he leave? He probably left. I could literally have a job downgrade and become the offensive coordinator. Why would I step down from head coach to go be the OC at my own school? Or at the school I'm literally the head coach of. Why on earth would I step down? I mean, I wouldn't mind. I could even be the head coach of Florida, but okay, first of all, why am I not able to select this? I should be able to. If I want to take a job at a lesser school, why not? Let me. This would have been the easy pathway to getting to a new school. Nope. Vermont State really didn't want them more than Oregon Tech. What a shame. But let's see. The fate of Santa Cruz's final game with Coach Manu is in the balance. Pittsburgh is an insanely talented team just like us. Except we've got one injury. It's Elton Van Ness. How will a 12-1 team fare against a number 24, 8-4, and we win? So in Coach Manu's final career game, he's going to win with one of the best records we've ever seen from a Pac-6 team. No, not one of. He has the best record for a Pac-6 team, and he broke the Pac-12 career, I think they had rushing touchdowns record. Gideon Abanaconda's single season passing touchdowns record for the school. Exactly what I mean. We're just breaking records constantly. Enrique Rust set the single season receptions record. Has been set a ton. Yep, and we have won the Sun Bowl. I mean, if you can't make the playoffs, that just proves we're still a good team. We should have made the playoffs. We didn't. We got snubbed, just like Florida State did. See, it's times like this I wish the playoffs were extended out a little bit more. But I'm pretty sure by the time 2044 comes around, it's probably going to be a much, much more massive playoffs bracket. I can imagine it's probably going to be way past 12. How much did we beat them by? 36-31. In Gideon's last game, looks like we held the lead for most of the game. Then once we got to the third quarter, we tied it up. It was tied at 17 apiece. Then Santa Cruz just pulled away 19 points in the fourth quarter, and it just didn't really stop from there. 36-31. Pittsburgh really tried doing everything they could in the second half to win, but it just wasn't enough to squeak it out. Santa Cruz wins yet again, 13-1. Wait a second. Why did Marco Hacker get play? Oh, that was just one play. He completed a pass from one for one, 12 yards. Gideon Abanaconda, he had a good game. Spencer also had a solid game, 2 touchdowns. I mean, no receivers really stand out. I guess Marquez Penn with his 2 touchdowns isn't bad. Singleton got 1. What about the defense? Jamison Jewell had 10 tackles. Not bad. We had a ton of TFLs. Tommy Paris basically playing the most important spot for us, and that's the edge rusher. And the reason I say the most important, well, we don't have Eldon Van Ness. We basically had to win this game without him. And if you don't know who that is, he was a former 5-star player we got last year, 5-star edge rusher, to come alongside Tommy Paris, who also had 17 and a half sacks last year, who paired up with our other 5-star edge rusher, Glenn Calloway, who had 18 and a half. Those two were menaces. We loved them. Glenn Calloway, one of the best edge rushers. He is the best edge rusher in school history. I think maybe one of the first 5-stars. I can't remember if we got one before him or not. But yeah, I think he is the first 5-star we've ever gotten. Sacks, Tommy Paris and Kyrie Klutz both got one. Klutz does so pretty much perfectly. And I wouldn't expect anybody other than Lawrence Tanico, who probably went out and absolutely manhandled somebody to get that pick. If you didn't see his pick from earlier, basically, it was against USC. The ball bounced off the receiver's shoulder pad, like the right one, and Lawrence just straight up Superman dived to catch the ball, while also basically, he's like a full 180 in the air, like completely land flat, diving at the receiver. He catches the ball, but basically shoves his elbow into the receiver's face, somehow not making the receiver tear something in his right leg, the way his freaking body just folded. And it looked like a freaking comedy skit. But yeah, Lawrence Tanico, he's probably got like 5 or 6 picks in the year if I had to guess. I could be wrong, but he should definitely have a lot. Bobby Bibbs, Dom Ebron, both tying for the most deflections on the team. No. Oh, actually, 2 forced fumbles. Tommy and Lawrence both got one. So to combine, with that forced fumble, he also got a pick. So Lawrence, he had probably the game of his life. Well, he probably could have got a couple more picks if we wanted to call it that. But that's still one of the best games of his entire career. No safeties and no defensive touchdowns. But we were definitely able to produce some turnovers. Longs was 42. Kick return, no touchdowns. Okay. Sorry. But yeah. Great win. And we are 13-1. If I had to imagine, we're going to finish the season inside the top 10. Or at least at number 10. Pittsburgh was the number 24 team in the nation, and we just beat them. But let's see. Let's see if my prediction was right. Did LSU make it to the national championship? I think that answer is going to be, well, I guess we'll check after this. Looks like Santa Cruz has hired Dom Halterman to become their new OC. They're still trying to pick the right head coach offer. Well, like I said, it was either LSU or Duke. If I had to imagine, LSU probably lost in the... No? They went on to the second round. Yeah, Duke is just so dominant in sim. I said it was going to be either LSU or Duke, and it seemed Duke was the right answer. I should have went with my gut and said Duke, because They are literally always dominant in simulation. Any year you play, like any year you play in the sim, unless you're controlling them, of course, or in their conference, then they're going to dominate. It's kind of without a shadow of a doubt they would dominate. Yeah, that's how the playoffs have turned out. Oregon, 39 against Alabama, they beat them. 38 against Florida. 35 against BYU, who was undefeated. Then they lost. Let's see, Duke, they beat Oklahoma barely. They beat Louisville by 8. They beat Georgia by 14. So they definitely didn't have, well, they both started off, well, Oregon, they actually dominated the first round. Duke kind of struggled against the number 10 team. Oregon beat the number 1, beat the number 4. I'd say Oregon probably has the best chance to win this if you're thinking about it logically. But since this is a video game, I'm saying Duke. Duke's going to go all the way. They're going to win it. I don't see them losing to Oregon if I'm not thinking logically. Let's see. Is Duke going to win the national championship, or will it be Oregon Tech's rivals? Well, I guess we finish as the number 11 team. So Coach Manu has produced a top 10 team for the last 3 years. I would say 4, but we didn't finish in the top 10. We were like 15 or something like that. So the team that's going to win it, Duke's going to win it. Like I said, if you're thinking logically, based off like the stats, you would say Oregon. But no, Duke is just way too good in sim. Something about them is just unstoppable. And Duke's going to win a national championship. Crazy to think. And I'm not going to look at staff moves because I don't want to see that Dallas Tech and CTU hired a head coach. I don't want to see that because we already know they're going to be hiring somebody that they're going to be hiring somebody from here. Now I'm definitely going to have to think, who do I want to be the new head coach? Do I want it to be somebody we've seen before, or do I want it to be somebody completely different? We've seen what was it? Who is Oregon Tech's head coach? Who was it? Was it Mike Ward? I think it was. I'm pretty sure Mike Ward was the Oregon Tech head coach. I could be wrong. I'm already freaking forgetting. But yeah. And then Coach Manu Battles, a former Oregon Tech tight end. Is it going to be another former football player that we've seen before? Or will it be somebody completely new? Will it be somebody familiar or somebody new? I really got to think. I know how I want to build the next team. I know exactly like the playbooks I want to use. I really just got to decide who the next head coach is going to be. But before we get into all that, let's look at the last season of this team. How did this team do to finish Coach Manu's final career year in college football? He's already made a statement saying he wants to go to the NFL. He's just fielding offers from every single team. And he's really going to have to see who it's going to be. So let's see. What do we want to check first? Well, let's check the conference standings. Santa Cruz still a 2-star school. Oregon Tech back up to a 2.5. Vermont State down to a half-star school. A little sad to see. Dallas Tech and CTU are the only 0-star schools, so they're both definitely in a rough place right now. They're not the worst rated teams, but they are still pretty bad. They both barely even won a game, or both won like 1 or 2 games. Going a combined 3-21, you never want to have that. You at least want to be 500 or come close like Metro Atlanta. At least they tried. I think what makes these two teams good, Oregon Tech has changed up their scheme, their run and shoot. I think what made Santa Cruz so good is just their offense and defensive playbooks. Those have just been really dominant. But yeah, Santa Cruz, the only team in the conference to finish where they did. Did Oregon Tech win a bowl game? Like, did they win their bowl game? No, they lost to Texas A&M 24-16. What about Vermont State? I doubt they won theirs. Yeah, they lost to Wake Forest 60 or 28-14. I'm Thing is, if it's not us, then nobody's winning a bowl game. If it's not the team I control, just yeah. That's what the conference looking like finally. All Americans. What are we looking like all American wise? Did we finish with any national All Americans? Definitely not first team. Dallas Tech had a national first team All American. His name Josh Crabtree. Why 6'5" wide receiver, redshirt junior, out of Ankeny, Iowa, or Ankeny, Indiana. Okay, so Dallas Tech has some good players. It's just they aren't seeing much in the win column. So yeah, no second team, but Elton Van Ness is on here as a redshirt freshman or a national freshman All-American. Understandably so. He was just an insanely good player. Basically taken over, having to become the new Glenn Calloway. He had to become the new Glenn Calloway, make a change for this team for the better, and yeah, had to be the guy to basically be the next best edge rusher, the next guy who can basically step up and become a good just pressure guy. The conference All Americans, kind of sad our quarterback didn't get it. Apparently, Sateki Fujita, he had a good season. Our quarterback, he didn't actually do bad. He had one of the best seasons in school history for a quarterback. And yet he just wasn't respected. Spencer Jr. made it on here. He had over 1,200 rushing yards and his second career rushing 22 rushing touchdown season. He's gotten two 22 rushing touchdown seasons. Yeah, he is by far the best running back in Santa Cruz history. He wasn't the fastest guy. He should definitely be drafted. And if he isn't, I'd have to make him UDFA whenever we do an NFL or an NFL series, which I feel like I want to kind of do something like this, but get rid of an entire division and just replace all four teams. Now I don't know what division it's going to be. It's got to be one that's just got a bunch of crappy teams on it that don't really ever win much. I don't know what conference I'm going to do, but I do want to replace a ton of teams in a conference or in a not a conference, a division. Just make four new NFL teams, put them in strictly one division. That way they all have to fight to make the playoffs. They're not all going to make it, but they've got to build their rosters how they build them. And we'd switch to a new team basically like this every single 10 years. But yeah, this is the first team for the conference, the second team for the conference, Gideon Abanaconda. I feel like he definitely should be first team because of his stats just being better. Enrique Russ and Marquez Penn, I feel like they're definitely underrated. They had to carry this offense. Like, those two receivers had to carry the offense, at least receiving wise. But they should both be drafted for sure. I just hope Gideon decides to leave for the draft at this point. Like, I would say there's something else you can prove. Like, you could definitely try to maybe improve your stats a tiny bit more and help them get to a national championship. But without Coach Manu, it's probably time to hang up the cleats and go to the NFL. Or at least hang up the cleats for Santa Cruz. Like, you're way too good to be sticking behind. You're way too good. You can't really improve much more anyways. So he's just got to leave to the NFL. Yeah, here's the second team, and here's the freshman group. Marco Hacker, despite maybe having like one or two passes all season, He's going to get to be on here. Melo Talbot, I would say he definitely had a good season. Almost 10 rushing touchdowns as the backup when our starting running back had 22. Yep, Elton Van Ness, Jerron Osborne. We had to have a ton of freshmen on the team. We wanted to set the team up for the future, make them where they aren't going to be trash immediately after, like we did with Oregon Tech. Basically, with Oregon Tech, we kind of backloaded it to make it to where we were good those last couple years, and then we were not set up for the future. We didn't get them many freshmen, at least many good freshmen. With Santa Cruz, I wanted that to happen. Like, they got Elton Van Ness. He's going to be a sophomore next, or redshirt sophomore next year. So they've got him at least for like 1 or 2 more years. Gideon, I really hope he leaves to the draft because they're not going to be good after this year anyways. Yeah, it's the freshman squad. I want to show the draft picks before we actually switch to a new team, but not a bad year. We didn't have any Heisman contenders. Coach Manu finishes as a level 38 head coach. He had to grind his way up. He was a recruiter, tactician. Gotta keep track of that going to the NFL series, which I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do one. It's just gonna take time to actually make the teams, put them in there, because they're all gonna be trash. They're all gonna be bad teams. I'll be completely honest with y'all. They're all gonna be cupcakes, but I'm gonna try to customize each for every single player, or at least ones that I'll recognize or that we'll recognize. But yeah, uh, actually, let's see. Where can we check out? Is it? Oh, coach stats. There we go. So he was 99 and 37, just one win short. If he would have went undefeated this year, he would have had 100 wins with Santa Cruz. But unfortunately, he will fall just one win short of that marker, 99 and 37. 10 and 6 against rivals, which is really good. We wanted to start this year beating every single rival with Santa Cruz before Santa Cruz starts to fall off, like Oregon Tech kind of did. I mean, they're still staying around that 2.5 star school, so they're not falling off completely. But he is an A plus prestige head coach. He's had 8 winning seasons out of 10. He's 1-2 in playoff games. He's not won a national championship, but he's won 5 Pac-6 championships. Yes, he's had 3 first-round draft picks, but he's had 21 draft picks in total. No top 5 recruiting classes, just because he never really could recruit all too many like top tier talent, like 5 and 4 stars. He kind of started off pretty slow in recruiting, and then around like year 5, or I think it was like year 6 or something. No, it was like year 5 or 6, somewhere around that range. He was actually starting to able to get those 4 and 5 star players. It started with just 1-4 and 1-5. Glenn Calloway was a 5 star. Gideon Applewhite, the former 4 star receiver, who was actually a beast with us. Those were the 2 first players that weren't 3 star or worse. I mean, we know how to build a team up. Like, just go after as many 3 stars as you can. Have a good year, and then once you're actually starting to win a ton of good games, then put those 4 and 5 stars in there. But we're not going to be putting any points into recruiting this time. We're going to go a completely different way. We're going motivator and tactician. That's what the next coach is going to be. But a 4-5 bowl record, and not to mention, in the main rivalry against USC, he finally managed to pull out in front 6-5 against USC. Of course, one of those games he just wasn't able to play. So technically, he's 5-5 against USC, but he helped Santa Cruz, the school, get ahead of them in the all-time series in football, at least. Because their first matchup was back in 2005, where Santa Cruz basically had a shootout with them, like 65-64 was the final score. Santa Cruz won. If you don't know, back in 2005, USC was the team to beat. They had like Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, I think maybe Troy Polamalu at the time. They were unstoppable. But yeah, Santa Cruz beat them. They're both California teams, so it makes sense. I think what Coach Manu did with this Santa Cruz Tidal Wave squad, he helped build them up, gave them the respect they needed. They didn't win the national championship, unfortunately, but he did basically make it to where they are an actual team to compete with. These last 4 years were the most successful team like in a while. You've not seen a team, I mean, maybe like Georgia or the Michigan whenever like we saw them go for like 4 straight national championships. There's not been a team in this dynasty file that's been as dominant as Santa Cruz has. Now, the playoff wins, that's a little bit concerning. I should have probably adjusted the sliders then, but yeah, there's nothing else we can do. We can't go back in time and win those playoff games. It is what it is. We just have to look towards the future. 15-13 record against top 25 definitely helped it a lot by winning this season. We lost against North Carolina, which probably, if we would have won that game, I am almost certain we would have made the playoffs. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. So his total time with Santa Cruz, 99-37, 1 win short of 100. He did a good job building up Santa Cruz to become a good, really good team. Building some of the best defenses, or building the best defense you've ever seen, pass coverage wise. We're calling them the Deep Blue Sea. Like, they were actually insane. I'm pretty sure it was like, let's see, what would it be? I think episode 17 is that defense I'm talking about. Because they would average like 3 interceptions a game. And they would, like, for like 3 straight games that I played, we had 3 interceptions. Whether it was one of our linebackers getting a couple picks. I was actually getting some user lurks as well. Our safeties, our corners, they would all step in and dominate pass coverage wise. But I guess we've looked at Coach Manu's stats. Let's check out the season stats. Just check out everybody. Gideon had definitely his best career year, only throwing 6 interceptions, and also touchdown and yards wise. Well, I think last year he had like 4,500 yards, but he also made the playoffs, so he had extended time to do it. But yeah, almost 4,500 yards again, 45 touchdowns, 6 picks, 72 completion percentage. So it wasn't that he was just tossing the ball out there. He was actually, he was completing a bunch of them. He averaged 317 yards per game, which is good. His longest was 44, and he only took 15 sacks. He was not getting sacked much. Unless I was playing, then he was not getting sacked much. That's how you could tell this O-line was really good. We built it up pretty much to be the pass blocking central. There was no issues with it, at least for Gideon. He had the best possible awareness or the best possible accuracy you can have as a quarterback. So he is the most accurate quarterback in college football. Also, he could have made the Heisman, I feel like, if maybe he would have thrown like a couple less picks. Like, say he only had like 3 or 4. Yeah, he's winning the Heisman. There's no doubt. He's a Heisman caliber quarterback. It's also the offensive scheme, maybe not allowing him to do it, but yeah, those 6 picks are just not good. Well, not good enough for Heisman. Still really good, though. And speaking of really good, Spencer Jr. having his second 22 touchdown season. Now, the first time he did it in his freshman year as a third string running back. He didn't even get to start. He didn't even get to be the backup. He was the third string. But I imagine most of his rushing touchdowns came in the red zone. His longest was 28 that year. I mean, also his second year his first year as a starter, he definitely took over. 1,000 yards, 18 touchdowns. He did fumble twice, which he improved on, but he still had 18 touchdowns. There was never a year this man had less than 18 touchdowns rushing. He was getting fed the ball. And he got fed it even more this year. 270 carries. 1,200 yards. He averaged almost 5 yards a carry. 22 touchdowns, but this time he actually did it as a full-time starter. I wouldn't be surprised if this man went to the NFL. Most NFL scouts would probably be drooling at this kind of prospect. And also, I think he'd be, 19, 20. He'd be a 21-year-old, which is about where you'd expect a guy like him to maybe be drafted. Especially with this kind of stat line, if you can get him an offense that's actually good, like run block, like lineman wise, if you've got a good offensive line, Spencer will thrive. He's not the fastest guy, but once he hits that burst of acceleration, you can't catch up to him. He's very shifty, and once he hits the hole, it's like he's shot out of a cannon. He'll also follow his blockers really well, and he knows how to score. That is a very, very big thing. One of the best running backs in college football, and also potentially in the draft. Will we see Spencer get drafted alongside Gideon Abanaconda? I would not doubt it at all. 36 broken tackles, that's 13 more than last year. This man's got a bright career ahead of him, even if he doesn't go another year here. Two 1,200-yard receivers. This is the most uh, 1,000-yard receivers we've had on Santa Cruz ever. We've never had. Well, we might have had more than one 1,000-yard receiver, but this year we nearly had three. I'm surprised Enrique Rust. He played in every game. It's just he was 60 yards short of making it to 1,000. So we nearly had three 1,000-yard receivers in this offense that isn't even pass heavy. We had almost three receivers over 1,000 yards. Our running back with 1,200 yards and 22 touchdowns. Our quarterback with almost 4,500 yards. I think it's safe to say the Michigan playbook is really freaking good. That's what this was. I'm honestly kind of sad we didn't use the Michigan playbook and the 4-3 multiple defensive playbook much, much earlier. Because if we did, we wouldn't have had to waste those seasons that we did. I should have utilized it because I don't know if you know this, the multiple offensive playbook, no matter what team you use, it's one of the best playbooks to use, just in general. It's one of the best you can. But yeah, I'm honestly surprised Keenan Singleton did really good this year. 1,200 yards, 19 touchdowns, along a 43. He did have 7 drops, but he played every game, 71 receptions. Also, Enrique had 95 grabs. He was definitely doing the dirty work when it came to maybe checking it down or throwing it underneath. And he was picking up his yards, I'm pretty sure, rack. Yeah, he had the most rack on the team, 347. He was the guy you could throw it underneath to, and he'd be able to get you a ton extra yards. Now for defense, tackles, nobody even had 80 tackles. We weren't looking for tackling on this team. TFLs, we had 4 guys with over 10 TFLs. That's actually pretty good. But for sacks, I was expecting more out of Tommy and Elton. I was expecting way more out of these two last year. This is a significant step down from his performance last year, which was probably just him being helped out a ton by Glenn Calloway just being insanely good. But yeah, he had 17 and a half sacks last year. He broke out. We expected him to just have another good year, but it just doesn't seem like that was the case. He only had 5 sacks this year, which is kind of sad, disappointing. He went back down to his performance like he did. He kind of had good and bad. He went good, bad, good, really. I'm sorry, good, bad, really good. Back down to bad again. Now the TFLs, those stayed consistent. But his 2043 year was definitely helped out by us having Glenn Callaway. I think Elton Van Ness needs to develop a tad bit more before Tommy would have been able to even be able to do something like that again. But scouts are going to look at him and be like, are we going to see the 2043 Tommy Paris, or are we going to see the 2044 Tommy Paris? Which one do we think we're going to see? Because him in 2043, an elite pass rusher, probably the second best pass rusher in college football that year, or one of the best. Him and Glenn Callaway were a dynamic duo. Who knows? He could even get drafted by one of those guys. He very well could. But yeah, Tommy is just not the same as last year. But the thing we worked on a ton, did it actually work? Not really. Lawrence Tanico, I said I'd expect him to have like 5 or 6. Well, I was probably overestimating how many he had, but he did do a really good job this year. 4 picks, Jameson Jewell 4 picks, and Dami Braun 4 picks. I was definitely expecting more turnovers for us just because of how good our coverage actually was. That's still what? 12, 15, 17 picks in 1 year. 17 picks by one team. I don't know if that's crazy or not, but 3 players with 4 picks, that is 12, because 3 times 4 is 12. Plus 3, that's 15, and then plus the 2 extra picks. That's a ton of picks. I'm fine with getting 17 picks in a year. At least it's not the freaking New York Jets just not getting a single one. No defensive touchdowns scored this year. Pass deflections, Lawrence Tanico and Joey Burr. I expect Lawrence to be able to get 10 deflections. Joey Burr, I guess he's also a guy to expect to. He's got 87 play rec. Catches allowed, who allowed the most? Well, it was Lawrence. Yeah, that just comes with being one of the best corners on the team. 4 forced fumbles on the year. 2 of them came in the same game. But were we able to recover any of them? Yes, we recovered 6 of them. We had 3 blocked kicks. We were getting after it. Like, holy. The whole D-line got a part of it. Okay, we were able to block some kicks for freaking sure, but we did not get any safeties. Man, that's actually pretty sad. But yeah, he built one of the best teams in college football. For 4 straight years, he managed to keep it. So that means that not only was he able to build this team, but he managed to keep it consistent with the wins. He managed to keep it consistent with how good the team was. So that just proves he's a really good head coach who knows how to lead a team to victory, have them be successful, and just let them be a good team. But from 2025 to 2044, Coach Manu had a great career with Santa Cruz. He won his first trophy back in 2036, where we beat Missouri. Where we beat Missouri 29-26 in the Las Vegas Bowl. Then we won our first conference championship back in 2040. Unlike Oregon Tech, Santa Cruz took a while to win their first one. Because Oregon Tech, funny enough, was the team dominating the conference. We came so close several freaking times Santa Cruz was in it. They kind of lost to Oregon Tech. That was before Coach Manu. And then the second time they were in it, he lost. The third time, they also lost. And they finally won it in 2040 when he only had like 5 years left. And then he won it 2 straight years. Then he also won the Sun Bowl against Louisville, who was ranked at the time. Then he just continued to win it. For 5 straight years, Santa Cruz just won it. Now, I don't know if they'll be able to win it again, but they should have a good chance. And then finally, they just recently beat Pitt in the Sun Bowl. We didn't win any bowl games because for 3 straight years, well, I guess technically 2 straight years, we were in the playoffs. Won one playoff game, and that was by beating, I believe, BYU. No, not BYU. No, it was BYU. We avenged ourselves. The first one was against BYU in the snow, where we allowed them to come back down 17 in the fourth quarter. They came back. We were not prepared. We should have won that game. I think we would have went on to play Tennessee. Tennessee, I think, went on to go to the Natty, but lose. Did they lose? I don't remember. I think they lost the national championship. So we lost to the team that lost to the eventual uh, runner-ups. I could be wrong. But I think Tennessee lost that, or they won it. No, I think they won it. I think they won the Natty. But yeah. But the next year, to avenge ourselves, we at least went and beat BYU in the first round, only to lose to Penn State in the very next round. It was tough. It was incredibly tough to even make it to the second round. That just shows how hard it is to truly win the national championship. It is not easy. Not even in the slightest. No matter how good your team is, no matter what you do slider wise, it's never going to be easy to win on Heisman. I got extremely lucky with the Vermont State Series to win it in just 12 years. I mean, I'm only doing 10 years here. And I still haven't won a national championship with two teams. Then again, with the Vermont State team, we were able to actually move up conferences instead of having to stick in the same one that's basically not going to get any better, it seems. Maybe with this third team, the conference can actually be good. We can at least have three teams make a bowl game on a consistent basis, that is. But yeah, those were all the trophies Coach Manu's won in his 10-year career with Santa Cruz. Is there anything else I want to look at before we head into the offseason and see who's leaving us? Okay, I guess we can check out to see if I was right. Yeah, Tennessee lost. So we lost to the team that lost to the runner-ups. But we can't forget a team like Michigan, who went to 4 straight national championships. They were back-to-back defending national champions, only to lose to Oklahoma, who got their revenge in their third national championship. The Michigan, making it as the 11th seed, their empire is kind of fading. I don't know if they're the first team to make it to 4 straight national championships. Now, they went back-to-back. They were so close to becoming the first ever 3-time or like a three-peat national champions. They were the first ones to ever do it. And before that appearance of 4 straight natties, Michigan, their last time was in 2030. It took them 6 extra years to be able to make it back. And before that, it was the 2023 season. But this is how the Dynasty has turned out so far. Started off with Arizona State and Boise State, 2 teams completely different from the year before. And then it just kept getting a little bit weirder until maybe some normalcy in Alabama and Miami. Pitt then definitely screwing it up and doing something unexpected, making it to the Natty. But then Clemson finally stepping right back up, loses to Ole Miss in the Natty, 38-34. USC, this was, I think, still with Oregon Tech. But yeah. One thing I will say about Duke went to back-to-back natties, but lost their first one and managed to beat BYU. And then they went in 2041, lost again, so they finally avenged those national championship demons. I'd say Duke, I'd say their NFL comparison team-wise is probably the Buffalo Bills. They've made a ton of championships. They made a ton of them. Like Buffalo's made championships before. They made a ton of them, but they never really won one. Duke made a ton of them. They made one, two, or no, they won that one. They made 3. They've made 3. They've made 4 national championships, and they're 2-4 in them. They are 2-4 in national championships. They were 1-3, but then they fixed that up, winning this one against Oregon in a must-win game as well. You can't make it back to the Natty and just lose again. And that also shows how this game just loves to give Duke good simulation. Like, actually, Duke finally avenged themselves, got their total national championship stuff back up to 500. They've made 4 natties, but just, yeah. Let's check out the players leaving to the draft. We're not going to stop any of these people from being drafted. Yep, Gideon leaving. I'm kind of surprised Spencer Jr.'s not leaving, considering he doesn't really have much left to prove. Like, at all. Like, there's not really much he needs to prove. You have almost 3 straight 20-plus touchdown rushing seasons. You have 2 straight 1,000-yard seasons. You're actually improved your total from your first season starting. You went from 1,000 up to a 1,200 season. Look how many draft picks there are. 3 sevens, a sixth, 2 fifths, 2 fourths, and then 3 seconds. Surely some of those actually get up to, like, I'm not going to stop him. I'm not going to stop him from going to the draft, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a new series. It'll probably be my next stream, but I'm going to make, like I said, I'm going to do the 4 new teams, put them in one division. They're all going to be bad teams. They're all going to be able to rebuild themselves however they want, and we're going to do the 10 years thing. Every 10 years, I switch to a new team. How that's going to work? Basically how it worked here. Once that 10 years is up, the coach will retire, and you will have to pick a new one, and you'll have to pick the new team. And whatever team is the worst in the conference at the time is the team that I will rebuild. Because none of these teams are even seen on this channel before. I can guarantee you that. None of these teams will ever have been seen on this channel. And they're not going to be your generic Madden custom teams. I'm going to go in, make them myself. So yeah. Gideon, what can we upgrade that'll make him better? Well, he's only got 5 upgrade points. So the answer is not really much. Well, nothing at all, actually. But Gideon, going in the second round, I mean, I guess you could see that. I guess I could see that. Let's see, can we bring these guys back? Now, I seriously doubt it's going to work. Yeah, he's not been persuaded. So Santa Cruz isn't getting anybody back, but there's only 2 people leaving. Well, I guess technically Gideon. But there's only 2 people leaving to a new team. I mean, if I'm a second-round draft pick and I don't really have much left to do anyways, I think I'd be okay with leaving. Yeah, I wanted Spencer Jr. to leave as well. Not for any bad reasons. It's just he would have been able to be in this same class. So if we get to this point with any NFL team that I choose to rebuild, it's not going to be an actual NFL team. It's, like I said, custom teams. Whatever custom team I'm building at the time, and heck, if it's the same team that I am, like if it's the same team that I am that just has a bad year that year, the worst in the conference, I want to say I'll stay another 10, but I don't want to do that. I don't. That's not been how the rules are. Never has, never will be. But I also will use the updated rosters as well, like the Fernando Mendoza draft or the Fernando Mendoza, uh, all that stuff. Basically, this year's draft class. I have a roster saved that does have that. But yeah, here's all the players being drafted. Grant Beard. I have a good feeling he can, like, most of these guys should get drafted. Grant Beard looks like Can he not? Can he really not upgrade anything? No, actually, he can't. He can't even get a new ability. He's stuck in a 94. I hope one of those two guys actually end up going in the first round. I guess we can give them a final salute before they leave. Gideon was good. Lonnie Maddox, I mean, it's sad he's leaving, especially for school's sake. Keenan Singleton, he had one good season with us, and he's like, you know what, I'm homesick. I'm leaving. I don't know how we managed to get him in the first place, but proximity to home. I mean, California and Texas, they're fair ways away. It's not too bad. I guess since we are technically on the West Coast, like Santa Cruz is like almost. I could be wrong in saying this. I'm not the best geographical guy, but Santa Cruz is kind of close to San Francisco. I could be wrong in that. I know they're both on the coast, though. I know they're both on the coast. Ernsberger, you were a pretty good lineman. 99 pass block. Any team should be happy to have you. Any freaking team. Connor Waiters, okay. Dom Ebron. I do remember that, or recruiting you. I do remember that. I'm just ashamed. It's just a shame that you weren't able to develop as much as I would have loved you to. Jermaine Pettis, he eventually got 99 power or 99 press, no, 99 zone coverage. He had to become the main zone guy on defense this year. I would say he stepped up. He definitely did do good, but he didn't do the best. Joel Iwu, he definitely screwed it up in pass blocking a lot. Even though he's got 99 pass block, how does a guy with 99 pass block basically allow what he did against all these teams? He's our center, and yet it felt like. Lane Irvine, he was our starting D tackle. He was solid. Joey Burr, Enrique Russ, Tommy Paris. Yeah, that's why he's projected in the round 5. They're concerned that he might be regressing talent-wise because we saw that he had that 17 and a half sacks season, and then he went down to 5. Is there a concern that maybe if he doesn't have an elite edge rusher on the other side, that he won't be able to produce? He's a product of having good help on the line or on the edges. He's a product of having good help on the edges. They're worried that most teams are worried that if they don't already have that good help there, that he probably just won't produce much. Enrique, he's going round 2. He said before, we've heard before that his favorite receiver was Jerry Rice, which is inspiring. Why he's wearing number 80, why he's wearing the gear like he is. He wanted to be like Jerry Rice. Him and Gideon, they were a dynamic duo. Like they were really freaking talented, which shows in the stat sheet as well. Now, Enrique didn't have a 1,000-yard season, which it doesn't seem the scouts are really all too worried about. He was a really talented receiver who practically never dropped anything. He had 99 catch in traffic, 99 spec catch, 94 catching. He wasn't the fastest, but he was more of a jump ball guy. 6'5", can go up and get you a ball. Yeah, this man was a jump ball beast. And also, he did a bunch of the dirty work. He had to go basically catch it underneath and go make what he could on those or on those catches. Gardonki, he was a good lineman. Not the best pass blocker, but he was a little bit better. I guess he was a solid lineman. He could have been better, but there's a reason why he's going in the 7th round. Grant Cobb, I'm kind of surprised he's not getting drafted. Braden Moe, he was actually really good in zone, but he sucks in man. If most teams are looking for a zone coverage corner, he's the one to look for. But just know he is not a man coverage guy. He's a one-trick pony, which is why he's also projected the 5th round. I can't imagine he goes higher than that. But him being a one-trick pony with being only good at zone, not really too good at man. He's barely even college level when it comes to man coverage. Deontay Diaby, I think, was he a back? No, he wasn't the backup. He was a starter. I don't think he did all too good. Um, but JoJo Nalen, he was actually a pretty good pickup for us. I believe we picked him up this last season in the off season. He's a really good run blocker. His pass blocking, that's still good. At 88, it could be better. But he's going in the round four. He was a really good left guard. Neary, he's just not good enough to be drafted. Grant Beard, he's projected round two, but he came in to fill in this depleted right tackle group, and he came in and filled in pretty freaking well. He's a really good pass blocker and run blocker, so there's no doubt he can't be a good lineman. 6'6", maybe on the shorter side for linemen. Well, I guess maybe not. We didn't really have too tall a lineman. 6'6", and he's well rounded. Yeah, scouts will love that. Ragas, he's just not going to get drafted. I wouldn't say he's too good. Lawrence Tanico, we already know. He was willing to risk it all. This man is uh, he's a lunatic when it comes to trying to get picks or trying to get stops. He allowed the most catches this year. His man coverage it's decent. It's nothing special. His zone is definitely where he strives, which most of the corners on our team on Santa Cruz pretty much relied on their zone coverage helping them out a ton. When it was man, they were getting beat practically every time, which is why we ran mostly zone. But yeah, Lawrence Tanico projected round four. I'd say that's a fair round for him to go in. He really only had this one breakout year, which was this year. He also had a forced fumble. He was a pretty good corner. Folkerts, it is not even close. I think I looked at everybody. Kyrie Klutz, he was okay. Um, I imagine most of these guys would probably go in they'd probably be in like the UFL or something. I wouldn't doubt it if they were. But yeah, that's the class for this year. We went through everybody, explained who should be probably higher in the draft and who should be lower. But I'm really curious. We're not leaving as Coach Manu until until now, or that we're leaving. Coach Manu is about to leave for the NFL after we check to see how the draft went for us. Well, we had almost an entire page. Nobody in the first. Enrique Rust, he does get up to the second. Oh wait, no, we knew that. Grant Beard is in the second. Gideon Abanaconda is in the second. We got 3 seconds, 2/3, 2/4, 2/5, and 2/6. So unfortunately, no 88 overalls. Did they make it to where 88 overalls just don't get drafted? Huh. Okay, let's see. Lawrence Tanigo actually went one round earlier than projected, and obviously they might go a little bit earlier than this if whenever I'm actually playing. But this is where the apparently would end up at. Gideon is a round 2 quarterback, and he's actually pretty solid. What about anybody else in college football? At least anybody else in our conference? Vermont State, that's a no. What about CTEU? They had Stephen Slade going to the NFL in round 6. Okay, so they at least had a draft pick. Probably why they were so good. Dallas Tech has nobody. What about Metro Atlanta? Yeah, what about Metro Atlanta? Nobody from Metro Atlanta. And then finally, Oregon Tech. Do they have a draft pick? No, they do not. So that's all the people who are going to be drafted. Santa Cruz basically got most of their roster depleted because most of their guys are going to the NFL. But it is time for Coach Manu to go make his NFL decision. His time with the Santa Cruz Tidal Waves is up. His 10 years have run by. Let's see who will be the next head coach of a team in the Pac 6. Retire from college football or create a new character. First and foremost, if you create a new character, you will retire your current one, and your progress with that character will be lost. Well, I've got it all recorded, and his career is safe online. Unless my account gets hacked, which I really hope it doesn't. Coach Manu is officially leaving to the NFL, and now we can see. Zero-star schools, well, there's quite a ton of them. 3 of them being conference opponents. Actually, no, 4 of them being from the conference. So we've got our pick. Who do we want to do? CTU, who just came off of a 2-10 season. They're considered a zero-star school. Dallas Tech, who just had a 1-11 season. So they're a tad bit worse record-wise than Central Texas Engineering. Metro Atlanta, who had a 5-7 season. Or Vermont State, who somehow they won like 8 games. The best they've ever had in school history. They went above 500, made a bowl game. One of the few teams in the conference that can actually do that. Or do we maybe see one of these? Do we try to build off the success of Vermont State? Maybe try to make Metro Atlanta go over the hump? Because their rivals, Georgia. Vermont State, we know, is Penn State. Dallas Tech, they're SMU and Houston. CTU is Texas, and I'm pretty sure Texas A&M. It is going to be the Central Texas Engineering Fighting Pilots. Their current head coach is G.J. Kine, but I cannot imagine he's going to stay their head coach. Really, G.J.? Wow. He's a D+ prestige. You know what? I'm going to say they had 2 candidates to go with. It was either G.J. Kine or go with someone completely new. Someone who potentially gives them a chance. And we already know. I want him to be somebody who is a motivator and a tactician. I want them to be able to develop players faster to start off. Now, this guy is a former UFL player. He didn't quite reach the ceiling that he wanted to. He couldn't make it to the NFL. So what was his next best option? Well, I'm going to become a head coach. I'm going to try my best to become a coach. If you can't win them all, or if you can't beat them, join them. This man being a former Heisman runner-up. He was a receiver, but over the years, he has definitely developed his ability to know, like, what's good in the passing game, what's good in the run game, what's good in the defense, what's good in the hood. He knows, basically, what I'm trying to say, he knows a thing or two about football. He was actually a pretty talented receiver, but him being 6'3" and kind of light, like I'd say 177 is pretty light. Him just being a I mean, teams like that. Teams like having a tall, maybe lanky receiver, but they got to put on some weight. He just wasn't ever really able to put on that weight, but he was still like really talented. He was one of the better players in the UFL. It's just he had a tryout with an NFL team, but it didn't really go all too well. This was like this was like a long time ago. We're in 2040 something right now. And this man, he had his chance at the NFL a long time ago, but then he went on to become a receiver coach. He kind of had a similar upbringing to Manu Battles, but his coaching career definitely took a longer time for it to develop. This isn't a player we've seen before, but uh, it is a former player. He was a Heisman runner-up. He was in a really good freaking offense that would basically be pass heavy. And this was like he basically became a wide receiver coach at a high school. Then then he eventually worked his way up to a college school to be a receiver coach there. Eventually he earned his shot to be the OC. Didn't really go all too well with their school. He was the OC at like Ball State. It didn't really go all too well. So he had to become a new wide receiver coach, but like Sam Houston. And then eventually in like 20, I think like maybe like 2030, when Oregon Tech was starting to rise, or I guess they were at that point they were already on their rise. They were pretty much one of the better teams in college football. Oh, by the way, his coaching career spans all the way back to the the 2020s. He went from being a receiver coach at a high school at like his hometown high school to oh by the way, this guy, where's Ball State at? I don't where the frick is Ball State? But yeah, this man, he was because you know Florida's a pretty good Florida is actually a pretty good place for football. But yeah, this guy, he basically became like right after graduating from college. He was a really good receiver, but not good enough to be drafted to the NFL. So he went to the UFL. He played with the he played with the Birmingham Stallions, but then that team kind of started going downhill fast. Coach AJ McCarron didn't really work out how they thought he would, and they kind of started trying to look for blame. Oh, it wasn't AJ McCarron. It was the receivers not running the routes right. It was the quarterback not throwing a good pass. It was Matt Corral sucking at passing the football. They were trying to look to throw any blame on anybody, and they definitely put it onto this guy. So basically, after maybe like a couple years in the UFL, he kind of retired from active play in football. He became a coach. And this was back in like the mid like 20 like around like 2014, 2015. So he would have been in NCAA 15, but that's kind of the year he left. That's kind of the year he graduated. He was a really good receiver for he actually played he was a really good receiver for Texas A&M. He's from a high school in Florida. He decided instead of going to the hometown really good school like Florida, he went to Texas A&M. He wanted to shock the world. That was back when like Johnny Manziel, or no, I guess that'd be what after Manziel. Well, I'm gonna say that's around the time Johnny Manziel was on the team. He was a really good part of that offense. They were doing so good. A&M was actually a really good team at the time. And I'm not saying it was in 2015. I'm saying like it was around the time Johnny Manziel was the active quarterback and he was dominating. He was a part of that team that was cooking, that beat Alabama. It's just he was overlooked because of the other receivers on the team. He was a really good receiver, making some massive plays. It's just he didn't really get the chance to shine because of just how it went for him. Actually, no, not that. I know what name I want. But yeah, this man really never got the chance to prove himself on a really big stage. So he kind of had to go to the UFL. And what did he do in the UFL? Well, he still put up some pretty good stats. It's just he didn't really do all too good. Actually, but yeah, former Texas A&M player or former Texas A&M receiver B.J. Michaels III. He went to play at he was basically from a high school in Florida. He went to play at Texas A&M, shocking the world, flipping his commitment from Florida to Texas A&M to play with. He wanted to play with a guy like Johnny Manziel, one of the biggest money makers in college football, at least talent wise. Now, BJ saw that Johnny was like a party man. He didn't want to fall down that same path. He was grinding. He was putting in the work. Nobody noticed though. That's the thing. You can be uber talented and never see the field. Never be seen in the day of light, which is what happened to him. He was making some big plays whenever he was out there, he was burning guys. He was basically destroying them on routes. Nobody could beat him. And also, let me switch the playbook. But yeah, basically the backstory of this man, he's from a high school in Florida. He flipped his commitment. He was a really good receiver recruit. He just flipped his commitment in one of the most shocking recruitment flips in college football history. He goes from uh, Florida to Texas A&M to play with Johnny Manziel. Kind of got overlooked on the roster, and he never really got the chance to be drafted, not even in the seventh round or the UDFA. Well, he was able to go onto one team as like he got like a training camp invite, but it didn't really work out too well. He got cut after the first game of the preseason. There's no real reason to say what team he played for, but let's just say after that one preseason game, he decided, you know what, I'm going to the UFL. Maybe I can show my talents there. Because he was able to make plays. But he goes to the UFL, played with the Birmingham Stallions, put up some solid stats, but thanks to the lackluster offense that A.J. McCarron was giving him, it wasn't really helping him. So after a couple years with the Birmingham Stallions in the UFL, actually no, bouncing from team to team in the UFL, he decides, you know what, I think I'm going to hang out my cleats. I'm done playing for now. It's just not going to work out for me. He decides he can be more useful elsewhere, and that being more useful elsewhere is basically him becoming a new coach. So he becomes a receiver coach, goes back to his hometown team, and becomes the wide receiver coach there. Eventually, he works his way up to head coach. They go on to win a couple state championships. He's looking like one of the hottest coaching prospects in the state of Florida. So he coaches a JUCO Florida school. They do okay. So he becomes a receiver coach at Florida. Oh, that's going great. That's going great. Well, the receivers, not only were they getting injured, they just weren't really producing as much as you would think. And, Florida hasn't had the most success recently. This is in the early 2020s now. His career basically skyrocketed thanks to that play with Johnny Manziel. Went to the or failed to get drafted. Didn't have a good training camp stuff. Went to the UFL, played a couple years, retired. Had a good coaching career in high school. Then he went up to become the F. He went to a JUCO school, did good there. Went to be a receiver coach at Florida. Didn't go well because the receivers got hurt and they just didn't produce stats. So they fired him because they were trying to put the blame on somebody and they just weren't wanting to fire Billy Napier. So he gets hired by a school in Texas, a JUCO school. He's basically got to work his way back up, but this time it actually goes well. Now, I know all this is probably a long time in the making, but this is his first actual like D1 FBS level head coaching job. He's not been a head coach before this, at least not at the FBS level. And remember, we are literally 20 years into the future. That could have all happened in this time frame. He played football back in like the mid 2010s with Johnny Manziel and them. But yeah, his coaching career, yeah, he got fired as a receiver coach at Florida. Uh, Went to a JUCO school to basically become their new freaking. Uh, he went to a JUCO school to be their receiver coach. They liked him so much they promoted him straight up to head coach, and that seemed to be a really good decision for him. And then next couple of years, he was head coach of that JUCO school, and now he's finally getting his opportunity to actually be a head coach at a D1 FBS school. All the way from his good old receiver days at A&M. Oh, but yeah, from his good old receiver days from Texas A&M to now being the head coach of his own D1 team. Or not his own, but you know what I mean. He's had a heck of a career, and that's the entire backstory of him. All the way from high school up to how he's become a coach now. And it makes sense why his pipeline is Central Florida. He not only played there as a player, he also coached there as a coach. Won them a couple state championships as well. His demeanor, he's a calm guy. You know, if you're a player, especially somewhere like A&M, you've got to be calm under pressure. So, well, he's very much calm. His stance, well, he's the guy who knows the plays, at least what his job was. So he's going to need the play sheet. And if you're a receiver, he's not a system coach. We don't run system coaches here. He's a reactive schemer. Basically, if he sees something happening, he's going to help flip it up, switch it up, bag it up. Being a receiver, you've got to be reacting every single second. So it makes sense why that's what he is. No huddle style. I want to say let's be aggressive, but half the time we're going to be chewing the clock, or not chewing the clock, but we're going to be wasting a bunch of clock. I do want to be like super aggressive on the offense. We've got to get up to like 85 aggressiveness. Defense, he knows a thing or two about defense. He's been a head coach. He's been a head coach before. And not to mention, he's been having a lot of success with the JUCO schools. Central Texas Engineering decided, hey, let's not hire a guy who hasn't really had. I mean, he's had some stints with some good teams in college football, but let's hire a newcomer, a guy who once learned under a Heisman, or once was a teammate of a Heisman winning quarterback, who was also, I think, one of the few Heisman winners that was a freshman. But yeah, that's pretty much the story of B.J. Michaels and why we're choosing him as head coach. He's not anybody we've seen before. He's just somebody that's got the opportunity to come in and change up something. And now for his swag, well, he's not wearing this. This looks absolutely plain. These uniforms make him look like he's in some kind of institute. I mean, we can wear almost any of these and it'll look good. Well, I've got one of the best. I don't know if it's actually going to be like white uniform or white gear. Hmm. Let's go to the black pants. There we go. Yeah, now he looks swagged out. Now he looks like he is a former pro player. The new head coach of the Central Texas Engineering Fighter Pilots. Remember the name, Fighter Pilots. That's going to be who we've got to remember for the next 10 seasons under Coach B.J. Michaels III. There's a reason he loves the air raid offense, and that's because just like Coach Manu loved his tight ends, Coach BJ loves his receivers. And I mean loves. Like we should be seeing like 2 or 3 thousand yard receivers almost every year. There's gonna be a system change on this team. And he's here to dominate college football. Ooh, black and yellow. He's got the Batman money. Yeah, look how serious Coach BJ is. And he is a motivator. So we already know he's going to be trying to coach them up. He knows how to develop players. That's never been an issue. He's taken some teams that were pretty bad that never really saw much postseason success, like JUCO schools, high school teams. They didn't really have much success, but once he became the head coach at those schools, then then it really dominated. Then they really dominated. But since he was a former receiver, I think it's only fair that he's actually able to start developing receivers a lot. Yeah, what are the OCs looking like? Greg Pizza or Greg Piso, DBC. Looks like he's a tactician. What is he looking like? Not too bad. He's still developing. I'll give him that. He's still developing. Nothing in the motivator, and I can imagine maybe like one. No, not even a single one. So he just unlocked recruiter. What about him? Only one into tactician, and then okay. So we've got some decent coordinators. Coach BJ is probably going to end up firing them after 1 year, if I had to guess. He wants to have his own guys brought in. We'll spend 1 year seeing how we deal with it, how he deals with it. Let's actually check out the squad, see what it's looking like right now, considering we haven't looked at it much. There's 65 overall. So remember, we saw Slade was the one that was leaving, so they still produced an NFL talent. It's just they couldn't produce in the wins. How is their quarterback room looking? Well, I mean, they've got 3 freshman guys, all normal. Everybody's normal. I think maybe if we can bring in one 3-star quarterback who's actually talented, that'll probably end up helping. Running back, 2 seniors, sophomore. Yeah, this team needs talent everywhere, but the receiving core, senior, sophomore, senior. I mean, they don't have completely terrible guys. It's just every single player on here is pretty much a normal. And in Steven Slade, the one impact player that he did get, ooh, Moses Bigums. He should be a good big guy up the middle. And Tremaine Myers, a star dev right guard. That's actually very intriguing. And also DeMarcus Ivy. We might try to move him over to left guard. Yeah, I might try to move him over to left guard. That way he can also develop a little bit while actually seeing the field a tiny bit. That way we can actually start building up the O-line. No, nobody better than normal. It's probably going to be a big trend with this squad. We need to start bringing in guys that are actually better than normal. Casey Osborne, he could probably be the face of the defense. Joey Hope, I mean, I hope he can be better than a 53. Okay. I mean, these guys definitely have some decent overalls, but the ones that do are leaving. Wait a second. Torrey Simonson. Oh, no, are you... This guy is probably... Oh, here's a sneak peek at the jerseys, by the way. At least for CTU. But yeah, this team's got to be known as a hard-hitting squad. Or this team's got to be known as a good defense. You don't have CTE in your school initials or your school abbreviation for nothing. You've got to have a good defense. Otherwise, you're just going to be clowned on him for a long time. Who else did he play for? Or is this his first goal? Oh, this is his first one. He's probably just related to Roger Simonson, the guy one of the linebackers we used to have, or that Santa Cruz used to have. Okay. Jason Kaklu, Impact. So we definitely need to build up the talent on this team, bring in some guys that are Impact or better. We have one star. We have one or a couple impacts, like probably a handful. We've got to have a good transfer portal. Well, let's see. How are they looking recruiting wise? Who all did they bring in? Okay, first and foremost, no JUCOs. Way too many 1-stars. We're gonna put all the hours we can. What's funny is we still only had like 100 more hours with Santa Cruz. That's actually crazy. Yeah, we're getting rid of all these 1 and 2 stars, so we can at least clear up our board, so it's not completely full of just absolute bozos, guys who could barely even make a JUCO school. Like, why would we be going after 1 stars? That's literally holding you back instead of pushing you forward. I bet all these guys have absolutely terrible freaking they have terrible developments and have like so many skill caps. Jeez Louise, how many freaking guys did y'all? Please don't tell me y'all had anybody good on here. I'm sorry, I mean, please tell me you had at least one good player. Well, no, I guess I shouldn't expect it. They were a 0-star school. So they've already committed 10 recruits, so that's 10 less than we're already going to have. Not to mention, they're not really that good. We need a ton. I think the first one's got to be quarterback. I don't think we can... If we can bring in like a 5-star or something, that'd be absolutely... Well, not a 5-star. There's 2 of them. Grant Rogus and Byron Hayden. I cannot imagine... Ooh, Joey Salcedo? I mean, no. I want to bring you in, but you're a junior, so... You leave after, what, literally a year. I mean, is it worth it? I mean, we could put him on our board, because if we could have a good first year with this team, because we've got 10 more years left in the dynasty or in the dynasty file in general. So no matter what, after these 10 years, it's going to end. So starting it off on the right spot, even if these guys are going to leave us after a year, it's going to help the team's star rating go up a ton. Like, it's going to help us just go up immensely. So maybe getting a 1-year guy at this point isn't that bad. I can imagine those are the only 2 4-stars we're actually going to get, at least on the board. Ooh, Cantrell. I mean, we've got to bring in good defense. QB, it looks like. Okay. Well, we've only got 375 hours. I cannot imagine it going well for us. But let's check QBs. George Asamoah. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what kind of quarterback we get. Based off of how I play, I would say scrambling is not the most important thing for us. I'd say accuracy is something we need to look at first and foremost. Okay, running back. I only put that 1 4-star on there. I think it's more important that I start looking at 3 stars because that's the only thing we're going to be able to get. Sam. Please don't be 2 stars that are available to me. Spencer, I'll take it. I mean, several elusive bruisers. I want some receivers. First, another big thing. It's not going to be easy to get these 3 stars. I can't imagine it would be. Herbie B, contested specialist. I want some speedsters in here. I'll take all these transfer freshmen. Elusive route runner. I think elusive route runners and speedsters are the fastest receivers you can get. George Redmond, I wouldn't even be mad. I mean, all these receivers, I'm glad at looking at. Guard. You know, I'm just gonna go through 3 stars so I don't have to keep scrolling miles long. Wait a second. Would there have been even more that we could have went after if I would have put it? Never mind. I'll just give it a 3-star. I'm not wasting my time. If there's not a 3-star guard, then we just won't go after him, which is unfortunate to say. Okay, Wayne Bragg. You'll probably be, yep, you're quite literally the lone 3-star guard that we're going to look at. Okay, up next, edge rushers. This transfer portal can be what helps us and what ruins us. So we've got to bring in some players to actually help make this team good off the rip. Javier Amatova, not bad. Miguel Mayo, make it a sandwich out here, pal. Kevin Van Buren, okay. Eli Reyna, man, if you were a freshman or transfer freshman, I'd actually look at you. Or not, or either that or a transfer sophomore. We have 27 people on our board. Let's go look at corner, and then I'll just start putting scholarships into absolutely everybody. Because at least with these transfer freshmen, we have at least like 2 or 3 years with them. Because I can't imagine they're going to get it to an 88 overall. But right now, we don't really have a choice on who we can get. I think maybe next year, if we actually have a successful year, then we can start talking about future plans. We are going to have to absolutely try our butts off to be able to get these guys. Because we just got to hope we can bring in a solid class this year, or a solid class for our first year with CTEU, or Central Texas Engineering. Because if we can bring in a good class with them, we know how that went with Santa Cruz. We brought in a quarterback. Now, he didn't really help us all too much. He did and he didn't. I would say he held us back a tiny bit because he was just way too pick prone. But yeah, this might be. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to bring in these 4 stars yet. Let's just worry. I probably wasted 10 hours on them. Yeah, let's just take these 4 stars off. No point in going after them right now. We need so many other spots before we need to even consider 4-star players right now. Let's see. Back 2 backfield creators and a pocket passer. Hmm. Okay, obviously we want to try to get a good quarterback. So let's try doing like 25 into each of these. Even one of these quarterbacks would be sufficient enough. Let's see. Elusive Bruiser. Both of those are Elusive Bruisers. I don't know how fast they are, but I'm okay with putting 25. I'll do 25 for you. I want to do it for him. Gritty possession. I think the slowest receiver. Okay, I know what I want to do. I want to try to get some fast receivers for this team. So if I see some people that aren't near 90 speed, I'm not going to be looking at them as much as I would maybe other people. Contested specialist, I'll do 10. And same thing with you, I'll do 10. Santa Cruz, oh crap, never mind. They might actually want George Redmond and Devontae. Never mind. They just want every single one of these receivers we are trying to even look at. But they can't get them all. They can get one of us, but they can't get all of us. Or better yet, instead of going after all these quarterbacks, which one do we want the most? I mean, Alfonso Villa. We're not going to be a recruiter coach. We're not. I don't even want to go into the recruiter tree unless we just get that many points and that many coaching points, but I do not want to do that. Yeah. So, let's see. I mean, like I said, I don't want to do every single one of these quarterbacks. It looks like Alfonso is the highest rated quarterback. 6'3", 192. He's a tall quarterback. They're all 3 freshmen. So let's just say 50 hours or 25 hours, I guess, and let's go after these 2. That way it'll save us an hour or 2. Or it'll save us some hours so that we wouldn't got to go into everybody. We don't necessarily need all these receivers. So I guess I don't want the gadget, even though that's probably going to be a really helpful guy to try to go after. I'm not even bothered. Devontae is 5'11". Okay, so we've just got 7 people to split. You know, we can do 10 hours for each of these guys. Now, a bunch of them will probably just kick us off. But if I just want to be able to get most of these guys, and I really hope they don't kick us off immediately. Because we need these guys pretty bad. So we need 10 for each. Because they did not have a good start to the class. But let's try to finish the class. Alright, how much is Coach BJ going to be doing? Oh, I forgot to turn off auto recruiting. I actually just forgot to turn off auto recruiting. I didn't realize it would carry over. That really just took up all of our recruits. Oh, frick. There goes quite literally every single 3-star that we just put on there. Gonna have to do all that crap again. Gosh dang it, stupid auto recruiting. And they really they're wasting all our freaking hours on some scrubs. How did I forget to turn the auto recruiting off? 5 and 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. They really wasted 50 hours on giving those guys scholarships. Have to do all that freaking nice crap again. Please let those quarterbacks still be there. Or not him. Okay, Marquise Trap is still here. Okay, that's actually good. Edward Titus, he's a dual threat. Jaden McNabb and Francis. Okay, let's look at running backs because it took our 2 off that we tried putting on there. Spencer Randall, I know, was one. Was Cloud? No, not J.R. Cloud. Who was that other one that we were going after? Probably already took us off. Wouldn't doubt it if he did. Yeah, I think, yeah, the other one just straight up took us off. It's so sad. It just straight up took all of our 3-stars away that we were trying to go after. Because I forgot to turn off freaking auto recruiting. Is there anything else I gotta turn off right now? I really hope not. And there's... Okay, Jamie Yolito. He might just be the only guy we gotta go after. Or only guy. Yep, he's the only 3-star we can go after. What about... So is there just nobody we can get? Yeah, there's probably no tackles we can get. And the people that we could have gotten, basically, I'm pretty sure locked us out. Yep, the people we were trying to go after locked us out. Man, freaking auto recruiting screwed me over. Because it just wants me to get 1 and 2 stars so bad. This game just doesn't know how to properly recruit. Imagine all the freshmen are probably taken up. We just might not have a big class of good people. Got 2 edge rushers. I know we need to look at corner. We got all 375 hours. So I take it those guys that they had just gotten were guys that were already on the board before I took them off. And I think every single corner we could have gotten locked us out. Yep. Frick, man. Actually sucks. All because it wanted so much to get 1 and 2 stars. Okay, Tony, you've got to be a big factor when it comes to the offense. I'm sorry, when it comes to the defensive line. We're going to have to build this secondary up. From a team that used to have actual good, let's see, any strong safeties? Okay, we just couldn't have gotten one in the first place. Okay, what 3 stars could we get at all? For Stockton, just so we can actually get a good edge rusher. Another good one. You're a lurker. You're a thumper. Okay. Nice little mix, never hurt nobody. Dion Ishmael. I can't remember if we looked at you before. I mean, we don't really need so many QBs. Wait, we got 4 QBs on the board? Oh. I think Jaden McNabb's got to be like the grandson of Donovan McNabb. Because at this point, like 2 or 3 generations have probably passed by. I think maybe 2. Well, it'd be close to 3. Huh. So a bunch of quarterbacks, a bunch of juniors, and potential seniors. Okay, now we can give everybody a scholarship again. Let's get the let's get the grandson of Donovan McNabb. Let's see, how many hours are we gonna have after looking at everybody here? 320 hours. Does that mean we could put 25 into every single person? Probably does. I think these are really the only people I'm actually interested in going after. Because everybody else is going to be either a 2-star or just way too old for my liking. That out of context would sound so terrible. Okay, yeah, we can't put 25 hours in everybody. Okay, so at least we got that. So what quarterback are we wanting to? Marquise Trap. Let's do 40. He's the quarterback I want the most. He's rated the highest. Spencer Randall. Since you're the only running back we can actually go after right now. Yulito became so close to being able to get other receivers. Maybe, maybe not. I know auto recruiting's not on. I know it's not. I've checked. Alright, please show me some 3 stars still wanting to come here. Every single one of these guys are on our board. Okay. Hopefully nobody else hates us. Okay, we moved up on the board for everybody. Now we're probably going to have a ton of quarterbacks. Let's just go put 10 more hours into everybody. Or at least everybody that we can. Okay. Hopefully that moves us up a tad bit more for everyone. I don't think the recruiting's going to last too long for this year. We're up to first on a bunch of these guys, which I'm actually glad for. McNabb is still having issues, commitment issues, and Marquise Trapp, the man we literally have a ton of points in for, he's concerned. Well, we'd have... Okay, I don't want Hale. Antonio Hale from Pureland, Texas. I don't think so, pal. We might cut Ishmael. Well, no. I want to see if any of these guys have any kind of talent. Like, if any of them have, like, impact or better. And plus, being able to replace this entire quarterback core is probably going to be very crucial to the future of the team. But yeah, it looks like Marquise Trapp. You know, we can take all this guy's hours. He doesn't need them all. We're first on him. Same thing with Edward Titus. Bring him on a visit. He's 100% going to get playing time. It's also just take his hours up to 50 because we can't really hard sell right now. McNabb, we're still trying to rise for. He'll probably end up being a really good player, but not for us. Running back, we're definitely getting Spencer Randall. It doesn't seem like there's even an issue. So we save hours there. Nobody else could even come close to getting him. Gilito, he seems good. Okay, these edge rushers, it looks like Desmond Blizzard is still getting pursued by Kansas State. Let's just basically end it. End the discussion for Desmond. Santa Cruz might also be close for this guy. We can afford 50 for him. And if we can't afford it, okay, Tony, I need you to commit here. Do not consider Cincinnati a favorite. We are ready and willing to pay an arm and a leg just to be able to bring you here. Okay, we've got 30 hours. Let's see. Are any of these quarterbacks good? Well, I mean, he's got decent throw on the run. His acceleration actually looks good, but he'll probably have like 82 speed or something. All right, let's see how our team's going to like us. We put 50 in the trap, right? Yeah, we put 50 into him. So we're first on Titus and first on Ishmael. All right, let's see. How did the transfer portal go for first-time FBS head coach? We get Edward Titus. Okay. We get a good running back. All right, good quarterback, good receiver. Okay, I guess that running back statement was true. Are we gonna pull out for Trap? That's what I'm most concerned with. And the answer is no. He just goes to Iowa, and we don't get Lawrence. Well, I mean, we got two quarterbacks, Ishmael and Titus. Hopefully, one of those two are good. We brought in a receiver, running back, a couple edge rushers, and a couple linebackers. all who which should at least have some better talent than we have already. Okay, let's see. Where is Trap at? Trap was an impact. So he would have been a solid QB, but something tells me he's not the best QB on here. Something gives me the slight sneaking suspicion. Okay, Tony Lawrence was only a normal, so we didn't really miss much there. Let's see though. Well, Ishmael might just be the new starting quarterback. Impact, normal. Spencer Randall with an elite dev. Holy crap. Elite dev running back, star dev quarterback. We might actually have a dynamic duo with these two. Holy crap. That is a really good freaking transfer class. At least for a year one with the team. Are we going to be able to have the most success starting off with Central Texas Engineering? Because they brought in the best possible recruits. At least with what limited advantage that we could. Yeah, Titus, 81 speed, 86 excel, 92 throw power. Okay. His accuracies are solid. But it was Dion Ishmael that we are going to expect to be the new starting quarterback for this school. His accuracy can basically get maxed out, but his IQ, he's not going to be the smartest quarterback, but he's only got 85 throw power. Oh, that's actually terrible. Huh. But the running back, Spencer Randall, 89 speed. He's got elite dev, or my first ever elite dev running back with anybody in the Pac 6. We've got our running back, folks. And for receiver, Yolito is the second best receiver. 84 speed, that's a shame. Channing Fanine, okay. What about those edge rushers? Left edge, Nigel Hermans is already the best one we have. And in Blizzard, he's also the best we have. Those Will linebackers. I think Stockton and Flanagan are coming in. Already two really good linebackers for us. I think that was everybody else that we got. So we actually got some good players. Now, I'm not saying this team has an identity yet. We definitely don't. But it is a good start. I do have a good feeling those two players, the quarterback Ishmael and the running back Spencer Randall, those two can do some damage. I definitely feel that way. Dion Ishmael with 49. Yeah, buddy, upgrade your freaking accuracy. He could very well be an 80 overall. Just to think, this man's only a redshirt. He's only a redshirt freshman. 83 overall. And he's going to be a true freshman with some incredible accuracy. Well, for freshmen, that's like 5-star level accuracy. Dion Ishmael, I can't wait to see how he plays. Edward Titus, the other quarterback we brought in. Ooh, are we seeing brothers? Dion Ishmael and Tyree Ishmael? First ever brother combo at quarterback. See, the thing is, Edward's skill caps look so much better. It's just his dev trait is absolutely terrible. It's just a normal. And he's a redshirt sophomore, which would serve an issue. Half these guys are going to get cut, though, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, half these guys are going to get cut. I'm not even going to lie with y'all. They will get cut. Just so we can... Oh, especially freaking Jared Andrews. He does not belong as a QB. Sorry, Jared, but it's just the cold, hard truth. It's a cold, hard truth, Jared. You just aren't like a worthy quarterback. I just hope Tyree Ishmael can prove me right. Never mind. This guy absolutely sucks. What was he, a 1-star? He was a 2-star. Pure runner? Yikes. A pure runner only having 73 speed is terrible. Buddy, how the frick did you make it at quarterback? 76 throw power. My grandpa could throw further than that. And he's got a bad back. $57 for Spencer. Oh, but he's gonna be a sophomore. And also, I just noticed every team we played with, well, maybe not Santa Cruz. They've had good running backs to start off pretty much. We need better change of direction and better speed. Okay, well, we have a 93 speed running. We should be able to run the dang football and pass it. Like I'm saying, these two should be a dynamic freaking duo. Now the teams overall, I'd say we're probably going back below 50, if I had to guess. Okay, Russ Moses. I mean, the goal is to try to get everybody above a freaking 60. Now, I don't think that'll be achieved, because it'll come very close with Brian. Oh, well, he is well above a 60 now. His IQ is just incredibly low. Oh, and of course they have two fullbacks. I'm not even going to show the fullbacks any care. I really don't care for fullbacks. That's just the brutal truth. Max so you're incredibly slow. You know what? If you run your routes good enough, I don't see any issues why you should struggle. Okay, you're a good route running receiver. You're slow. You're incredibly slow. Yeah, I think from now on we're only going with speedsters and elite route runners. His route running is kind of okay, but his speed is up to 87. I'd say 87 is probably the most decent one. Okay, Nick is going to be the fastest receiver we actually have. He just can't run routes. His catching is also, well, it's still going to be the worst catching probably for anybody on the team. Oof. It's going to require a ton of work, but that's just what happens when you rebuild the team. Oh Lord, I'm about to absolutely stress with how bad these guys' catching are. What on Apakawuruk? Apakawuruk. I guess just Max is catching out, so he at least has decent catching. Oh, he's a 71 overall. He's got decent catching and decent or pretty solid route running. So he can kind of do it. Okay, he's 66 overall. We're about to be seeing freaking offensive linemen everywhere. His catching is maxed out, which means he cannot get any better at it, which is sad. Channing is a 68. Shane Bullocks, who actually wants to leave. We're yet again only going to really try working on pass blocking. But you know what? Let's actually, since we've got a good running back, let's actually work on pass blocking. I'm sorry, run blocking a ton. I see no issues why we can't. He's a pass protector. He's 63 overall. His run blocking's okay. His pass blocking's okay. Not even gonna lie, he's got some good pass blocking. Moses. Passing is going to be an absolute torture this year. I can already freaking tell. Come on, get above 30. Okay, there you go. 70 pass block. Let's work on that run blocking a lot, though. After maxing that out. 74, so I think he's our best lineman right now. And he's okay at pass blocking, but he's really good at run blocking. Well, really good to stretch. Yeah, we saw Tremaine Myers. He was actually really good. He's going to be one of the highest overall players on the team. What abilities can he get? Inside runs. We're going to do a ton of those. We've got an air raid offense. Okay, 87 overall. That's not bad, actually. But we do run a like a ton of air. We're an air raid offense. running Oklahoma's offense. Because they've just been dominating way too much. So it's got to be something with their playbook that's causing them to be that good. So if it is, basically do what we did like with the Michigan playbook. But I also want these guys to be good at run blocking as well, because since we've got an actual good running back, I think it's only fair I do. 77 overall, not bad. It's just a shame he's the backup. I really hope this team is at least somewhat serviceable for the first year. I know we've got a good quarterback and we've got a really good running back. I just hope the running back doesn't develop too fast. Because I don't want him leaving before we're actually good. Not that we really utilize the running back all too much. But still, a good running back is good on any team. And I mean, guess what legendary running back came from Oklahoma? That's right, Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson is a guy who played at Palestine, then went to Oklahoma. Yeah. Gotta make it to where he can break blocks easy. Okay, yeah. I did the wrong one again. Yeah, I just want all these guys to at least start showing. I want them to show signs of life this year. I don't want them to be completely helpless. Ooh, Mike Sharp doesn't look bad. What is he? He's a sophomore? I feel like against a crappy team, we actually stand a chance. Definitely not no Texas or A&M. Speaking of which, those are pretty much our rivals. I mean, a bunch of these guys are actually developing quite nicely, so I can't even be mad. I just hope Santa Cruz didn't fall off bad. Like, I really hope they didn't just fall off heavily. Because I know Oregon Tech has pretty much kind of stayed at least where they're at. They went they went from being a really dominant team to then just staying mediocrity around like 75 overall. Now they're down to like a 70. So yeah, I hope Santa Cruz is that, like, I mean, at least an 80, like 85 overall, because the team in general is still just really good. So Santa Cruz should stay a good team. I have no doubt about that. Now, Oregon Tech, I'm not going to say they're going to fade out just because they were dominating in a crappy conference. Because they've managed to hold their own. Let's see. Let's go IQ. 'Cause if he's a gap specialist, it'd probably be best if he has good play rec. That way he doesn't get confused by like read options and crap. And then I want to work on pass coverage with everybody. Pass coverage and IQ, but he's already pretty much maxed his IQ out, so he can't get any smarter. But I do want these guys' pass coverages to be as good as possibly can. Enrique Cop actually looks pretty solid. Gotta love them lurker linebackers. I think that's what I'm gonna try to target more of. Like whenever I'm actually getting the opportunity to target guys. Because lurker linebackers are how I love to do my defense, especially in this defense. In this defense, we're running the 4-3 multiple. I feel like in the 4-3 multiple, you could definitely have some good pass coverage. You just gotta have a bunch of guys with actual, like we've seen it before with that one Santa Cruz team that had like insanely good pass coverage. Like everybody on the field had good pass coverage. This guy just cannot tackle. Yeah, build up his pass coverage, just that 84 zone. Just get his IQ up. Okay, he's a 70 overall. Not bad. Kevin Shatu. No, he's not a pass coverage guy. It's, in my opinion, the two most important things for a linebacker whenever you're upgrading them is the IQ and the pass coverage. I mean, obviously the run stopping is still important. Yeah, I think IQ and pass coverage are the two most important ones. I think I'd give IQ to it more than pass coverage. Yeah, definitely IQ is the most important one than pass coverage because it has a major effect on like how the gameplay is. Like an actual major effect on it. Like IQ basically it makes him smarter, makes him not act all stupid all the time, which typically happens. He's got some really good zone coverage. 89 zone. What are you? You are a redshirt freshman, Robert Flanagan. Okay, Robert might actually have a future as a. Obvious, I think he's going to be the starter anyways this year. But his zone coverage is actually pretty good. He can maybe build up his run stopping a little bit and his IQ. I don't see any issues why he can't be a really good linebacker. Pass coverage is horrendous. I was about to say ferocious. I think most of these guys can't really tackle. Okay. I'm looking for this team to still be above a 60. Only 3 corners. No wonder it was asking for us to get one. $76 overall. I can't even be mad at that. As long as they can work on their coverage, like zone coverage a lot, I think we'll be in business. He's actually pretty quick. He's 92 speed. Okay, he's going to be the starting corner. 86 zone, 85 play rec, and 84 awareness. He looks like he could definitely be a serviceable, like a really good corner for us in our defense. Probably one of our key players. And he's fast. I saw the corners. Safeties. Nixon Toso. Okay. We get that maxed out. Get his run support. I don't see my safeties run man coverage much. Gotta make sure everything's at least balanced out. Richard Kajus. I mean, all these guys getting at least 80 zone coverage is fine by me. And then just upgrading their awareness as while we're at it, too. It's a good thing all these guys aren't just trash. They've at least got some use to them. They can be useful. Okay. Yancey just doesn't get many upgrade points, it seems. George Aquino. George actually seems like a pretty solid kicker. Can't even lie. Okay. Our kicker and our punter are some of our best players on the entire team. That's a good freaking trio right there. That's going to be it for the upgrades. I'm going to say 63 overall team. That's going to be my prediction. And I know there's going to be a bunch of cuts. $62 upgrade points? Holy freaking crap. I just want a bunch of quarterbacks with no experience. I can't cut Ishmael because they're brothers. That's like cutting Alberto Mendoza. Unironically, right guard is our best spot on the O-line. And I'll tell you what, right now, this team is like so much different than next year. How the frick do you have 69 speed? Enrique, bro, you suck balls, bro. I cannot have a 69 speed corner on my team. That's slower than all the. Actually, that's the slowest player on the team, including like linemen and what? Yeah, just linemen. How the frick do these guys have like terrible speed? So we've got 62 upgrade points. So they're all gonna have to go into motivator. Definitely going to QB. I think I want to do the offense most right now. I want to be able to develop the O-line to just be insanely good, develop the QB to be good, develop the receivers to be good. I feel like when a player levels up, I feel like since we're going to be getting a bunch of crappy players, it's going to help out a ton. But yeah, I'm saying 63 overall. First season, 63 overall is not terrible. Really? We're starting off as a 69 overall with CTU? Okay. I mean, we didn't have the worst starting point. Now, are they like Oregon Tech where they have to face their rivals? Okay, they don't. Who the frick is their rivals then? Is it just A&M? Oh, it is A&M. But I forgot who the other rivals were. Was it like UTSA or something? Baylor was one of them. I can't remember who else it was. It was not UTSA. I know it was all Texas schools. I'm trying to think. I don't think Houston was one of them. No, that's Dallas Tech. Was Sam Houston one of them? No. That might also be Dallas. No, I don't think it's Dallas Tech. I think they only have two rivals. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Central Texas Engineering only has two rivals, unless I put like Price. I'd have to go check to see who all the rivals are. But right now, Baylor, Texas, Baylor, A&M. Tulsa's in Oklahoma. I don't know why I put that on. I don't know why that's because I just genuinely cannot remember who I put as the rivals. Oh, and this makes even more sense because he used to be a former Texas A&M receiver. Now he doesn't actually hold any hard feelings against them. It's just he used to play there. I guess I'm gonna put the groupers back on there. Okay. So we start off for 4 straight weeks and weeks from week 0 to week 3. We got to go to Kyle Field and we got to go there. But they've got to come to our stadium. We got to get as many wins as we can to start off. That's going to be very important. I don't want to face them. I just want to get wins because with Santa Cruz we started off 5-7. With uh with Oregon Tech we did 6-7 because we did make a. I think we managed to make a bowl game. It's just we lost. But I do think we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. Why do we have to face Arkansas State? I don't understand that. We could be looking at a 9-win season right here. So I think we finish well above bowl eligible. How is the conference looking? Santa Cruz's first year with. Holy crap, that is a bigger drop off than freaking Oregon Tech had. That's a major drop off from 99 to 71. Like I said, that's even larger than Oregon Tech had. But now there's going to be a new team in the Pac 6 to control it. Can the Central Texas. Well, I guess now it's really anybody's game. We could really. Oh, Metro Atlanta, by the way, being the first team back below 60. we could really win the conference in our first ever season. Now, don't forget, Santa Cruz still has like Elton Van Ness in them, so they're still going to be incredibly good. Seems their new head coach is going to make them go in a completely different scheme, 4-2-5 and spread. So it seems like whatever they did with Coach Manu, they're just changing up completely. Also, not to mention, Oregon Tech's basically changed up their ways completely as well. A bunch of teams running the 4-2-5. Let's see if that actually works for them. But yeah, they went from a multiple offense to a spread one. All I'm going to say is I hope it goes well for them. But CTU, we could win the conference in the first year. See the Heisman watch. What are we going to be looking at? Okay. I mean, I'd expect us to eventually have a player in here just because of how dominant I expect this team's going to be. Preseason All-Americans, how we looking? I can't imagine us having any. Okay, so yeah, nobody even from the conference is there. Spencer Jr. is still at a 91. What the frick did they change? They didn't upgrade him. Same thing with Marquez. Wow, they really did not do any upgrading. Elton Van Ness, I think he went up a tad bit. He's not draft eligible. We don't have anybody on the first team. Spencer Randall, the only player for us on any, it seems. Yeah, so Spencer Randall, I mean, I expect him to have a good year, but it's not like he's the best. Let's view the roster. Did we get anybody we were not expecting to? Surely I would have. Oh, I thought he had 6. Why did I see 6? I guess either way, we upgraded them, so. Let's see what kind of recruits we're looking at. A bunch of fullbacks, which I'm. Oh, I should have cut the fullbacks. I don't really care for those. Oh boy, we actually got them 5 stars on the board. We could get a 5-star receiver and running back. If there's a 5-star quarterback, I might actually look that way. Okay, there's not. Now, we're not really going to be a good recruiter, but we can still try going after some top tier players. We really just gotta hope we can get an offense. We can get a coordinator that has good recruit. Or, yeah, that has a good recruiter. I think after this first year, we're firing these coaches and hiring new ones. One of them's got to be a really good recruiter. Both of them have to have recruiter, but I think I want one of them to at least be a recruiter. Sorry, one of them to be a good recruiter. Yeah, no real freaking quarterbacks. Let's check out these 2 players. We've got 315 hours preseason. And JJ Clapp is a gem. I mean, not to say that these guys will actually seek any interest. Oh, he's 89 speed. At least figure that out to begin with. And he's a bust. Which means we might have a chance to get him because of him falling. But he's still a fast enough running back. Those are the two 5 stars we're going after with them. We're not going to have many hours at all. But hey, that'll be the beginning of Central Texas engineering here at the end of this stream. If you have made it this far and you haven't liked and subscribed to the video, what are you doing? It's completely free, doesn't cost you anything, and you can always do it later. Uh, and also, I'm only human. I don't have a strict upload schedule, so try to hit that notification bell if you really want to stay up to date, up to tune. Whenever I do stream, because I don't have it mostly at around like nighttime, midday, whenever I'm free. I love streaming. I hope y'all love watching the videos. It just makes me happy to see everybody actually enjoying the content instead of it just being out there on the internet for no reason. It makes me happier. It also makes me happier that knowing that people actually enjoy my content instead of just watch it and just pay no attention. I mean, even if you do just pay no attention, you put it on to go to sleep to, or just put it on the background. I'm not even mad at that. It's you having this on, viewing this in the background still helps me. Get your mom, get your dad, get your dog, get your cat, get your uh random bug from the outside of your house or somewhere watching. Don't matter to me. Well, I guess it does actually matter to me because y'all, the fans, are what helps me succeed on YouTube. I couldn't be here without y'all. I couldn't have as many subs as I can without y'all. And I'm just gonna say it right now. Thank you. Thank you for getting me to over 100 subs. I know it's been a little too long. I should probably actually upload a short on this. Thank you for getting me to 100 subs. I heavily appreciate it. It's been a dream of mine to be a YouTuber, and right now I'm on the path to doing that. Thanks to y'all. Y'all are the reason why I'm even able to do stuff like this, able to stream, able to upload. So, from the deepest pits of my heart, thank you. Thank you so incredibly much. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. Next episode, we will start the series or start the new era, the Central Texas Engineering era, where we could look to possibly win the conference championship and have the most success out of any team we've started with. But I am Yo Boy Baller One. We are going to be the Central Texas Engineering Fighter Pilots. Saying as always, have a good day, have a good night, and as always, peace out, everyone.